Hi, everybody. We're going to get started now. Thank you for your patience. Okay, everybody. Kauka ohu. Okay. Hello, dear. Okay. He's right after him. Kauka ohu. Where do you want it? Where do you want it? Okay, you can come. Ready?
Our dearest Heavenly Father, we just come before you now. We just thank you for this time that we're able to gather here as an extended ohana. We lift up this time up to you, and we pray that the words that come out of us will reflect our kupunama who are no longer here, that their spirit is imbued in each and every one of us, and that you may open the eyes of those who need to see, and they can hear our hearts. We ask all these blessings. We pray for those who are still coming here to the meeting, those who wasn't able to be here. We just pray for traveling mercies to and from our destinations. We ask all these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Mahalo, everybody. Okay, we're going to have a brief opening from Colonel McGonigal, and then the microphone is right in the middle, so this really is about your time. This is our third night, as everybody knows, so just a couple of things. 2 minutes, but if you've been here the last 2 nights, you realize I am not a stickler for the 2 minutes. We want people to say their piece. I would encourage you, if you have had an opportunity to testify at one of the last 2 nights, maybe just let somebody who's not had an opportunity to go first. We've had people who were waiting and have not had an opportunity to testify, and we really would like everybody to have an opportunity to testify at least once. I got signs tonight, so there will be less bells. You will have this at the 30-second mark, and then you will hear the buzzer, and then I will have a sign that says POW at the 2-minute mark. Okay, Colonel McGonigal.
All right, mahalo for the opening tonight. Aloha and good evening. I'm Colonel Steve McGonigal, the commander of the U.S. Army Garrison, Hawaii. I'm responsible for the U.S. Army installations here on Oʻahu and Hawaii Island. I would also like to take a quick moment to introduce, sitting to my left, Colonel Rachel Sullivan. My time, unfortunately, as the commander, I'm proud to serve the community and serve the Army, but my time is coming to a close. So Colonel Sullivan will be my replacement, and it's important for us both to be here tonight to hear the community. Thank you for all being here tonight. Tonight's meeting is about hearing your comments on the Army training land retention of state lands at Kahuku Training Area, Kawailoa-Poamoho Training Area, and Makua Military Reservation. Draft Environmental Impact Statement. This document was developed in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act and the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, and we are following both NEPA and HEPA processes as we complete this environmental impact statement. The Army currently leases 6,322 acres of state land on Oʻahu, of which 4,390 acres are at Poamoho. These leases expire in August 2029. The proposed action, the Army's retention of up to 6,322 acres at Kahuku, Poamoho, and Makua, is a real estate transaction that allows for the continuation of military activities to include training as well as conservation management of the cultural and natural resources that we have the privilege of caring for and protecting. The Army is not proposing new construction or changes in military training in the draft EIS. If the Army does retain the lands where the motocross track is located in Kahuku, the Army will ensure that the motocross track continues to be used and available for the community. As an important step in the multi-year process, the EIS allows us to take a hard look at the environmental impacts of the proposed action. It allows us to be transparent, and most importantly, it gives the opportunity to hear the community's comments and recommendations on the proposed action in the EIS. The draft EIS analyzes the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of 3 action alternatives. Those are full retention, modified retention, and minimum retention. The minimum retention alternative applies only to Makua. The Army's preferred alternative is Alternative 2, modified retention, at each training area. At Poamoho, the Army would retain 3,170 acres under Alternative 2. The EIS also analyzes what is really a 4th alternative, the no action alternative. Under the no action alternative, the current leases would lapse in 2029. The Army would conduct lease compliance actions as negotiated with the state. Furthermore, the Army would no longer have access to those state lands, and training in the Army's cultural and natural resource conservation efforts on those lands would cease. We have posters and members of the EIS team in the very back here of the cafeteria to provide additional information about the EIS. We also have a copy of the draft EIS just sitting forward of the posters. A hard copy is available for review also at the Wahiawā Public Library, as well as Kahuku, Waianae, and Hawaii State Public Libraries. You can also download a copy of the EIS from our website. As you may have read in the draft EIS or heard during the 2 briefs to the Board of Land and Natural Resources, land exchange is also a potential process to be used during land retention negotiations that would start after the EIS is completed. Land exchange is not analyzed in the draft EIS, and we are in early planning stages, and the lands to be exchanged have not yet been identified. Any land exchange would be addressed in separate future environmental compliance processes. This meeting is being broadcast live on the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii YouTube channel. For those of you who are not able to be here in person tonight, we do have a phone that opened on Wednesday and is available tonight until 11:59 p.m. You can call 808-515, or correction, 808-515-55. Apologize if I could read this properly tonight. Yep, 515-5518, and it is also posted. You can leave a recorded message. For those of you that are here in person again tonight, we do thank you for being here and spending your time. Once we start, you can come up to the microphone to provide your oral comments. To ensure that everyone's voice is heard, we'll ask you to take 2 minutes for your comments. You can submit written comments as well. We also have in the back table a written comment stand that you can fill out, and the comment period goes until August 7th. You can also mail, email, or submit comments on the website, and the website, email, and mailing address are located on the flyer that's available by the entrance and at the registration table. Oral comments provided during the meeting will be transcribed, and all comments will be included in the final EIS. Mahalo for your participation tonight.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, John, I think you're first. Number 227. Matt. Hold on, wait, John. Hold on.
Check 1 2 1 2. John, let's use this for now. Let's use this for now.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan K. Kamakavivole Osorio. I'm a professor of Hawaiian Studies and Dean of the Hawaii Nui School of Hawaiian Knowledge at the University of Hawaii. I'm speaking in angry opposition to the Department of Defense's intention to secure an extension of leases for 6,332 acres of land on Oʻahu in Kahuku, Kawailoa, and Makua Valley. The armed services of the United States have had pretty much unrestricted access to more than 1.8 million acres of Crown and government lands since 1898, as well as the use of the Pu'uloa Ahupua'a for its coaling station, dry dock, and eventual housing of the U.S. Pacific Fleet since 1888. The great expansion of U.S. control came as a result of U.S. forces aiding and abetting the coup d'etat staged by about 175 mostly American businessmen and plantation owners that forced the constitutional sovereign Liliuokalani to surrender to the United States in order to avoid killing American soldiers. Her action no doubt spared both your soldiers' lives and the lives of tens of thousands of our own people. But it also reflected her hope that the American government would not abandon its commitment to democracy and would honor its numerous treaties of friendship and commerce with the kingdom. Instead, the U.S., unable to convince its own Senate to pass an actual annexation treaty, settled on a joint resolution in both houses accepting the transfer of the puppet government it had helped create, as well as the Crown and government lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Let us be clear that the colonization of our nation was opposed in writing by practically every native Hawaiian alive in 1897. Both Crown and government lands are property, established by acts of the Kingdom Legislature between 1845 and 1850, signed into the law by King Kamehameha III, and like all property in Hawaii, is protected by law. Only the successors of the king are entitled to the crown lands, and only kingdom government is entitled to control the government lands. U.S. presidents over the first 2 decades of the 20th century set aside thousands of acres of those lands for the creation of Fort Shafter, Schofield, Wheeler, Hickam, and later Kaneohe, Bellows, and Kaho'olawe. These military bases may have been beneficial to the United States of America and its strategic interests, but they were not obtained lawfully or ethically. And your military's greed for more land has resulted, since the 1960s, in these unbelievable leases. Some of them, like Lualualei, Bellows, and Pohakuloa, from Hawaiian homelands, an agency that is supposed to be placing Hawaiians in affordable homes and on farm lots. Instead, you lease those lands from the state for $1. American global security is being paid for by generations of homeless Hawaiians. Now you wish to extend those leases, perhaps in exchange for another piece of our lands that your country has already embezzled. We most vehemently protest and demand that the United States military begin drawing down its forces in Hawaii and consider other ways, such as diplomacy, to deal with nations the U.S. considers threats. For whatever security the lands of Hawaii have provided, the American people owe a tremendous debt to the Kanaka Maoli. And your country should begin by vacating our lands and beginning the cleanup left from years of military usage. It's the least you can do.
Check, 1, 2.
Number 228.
I'm small. Wait, how do I do this? Try help.
He's coming. He's
He's coming.
He's got it. Don't worry, that's fast.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Lenia Espinosa, and I'm a community organizer and actually an alumni of Leilehua High School, class of 2019. I thank everyone who came out to each hearing this week, and it's an honor to testify with you at my alma mater. Today, I stand before you as a child of Turtle Island, allied to my Hawaiian siblings, and the child of a veteran. My dad is one of countless Indigenous men who joined the military fresh out of school. On the promises of security and stability, my dad spent 20 years contributing to the displacement and exploitation of his and his siblings' lands. I have lived under the military shadow my whole life. I have seen the horrors your soldiers experience and the monstrosities you commit to the communities and lands you occupy. On these islands alone, you have unlawfully stolen Hawaiian Kingdom Crown lands for war games. Your soldiers take housing away from local communities, and your actions deplete natural resources, directly harming endangered native species and polluting our airs and seas, lest we forget the 19,000 gallons of fuel that poisoned countless Oʻahu residents only years ago. For generations, you have tried to remove Hawaiians from these islands through violence, pollution, and displacement. I can stand here and use logic, morality, and even religion to argue with you why the renewal of these leases is wrong. From the poisoning of Hawaiians to the destruction of sacred and cultural sites, you use these lands to train. And for what? To train this battle that you created for yourself? I was told for years that my dad was protecting us, but the only thing he did was protect your colonial violence. We have heard countless reasons why you should not be on these lands, along with your claims of environmental consciousness, need for protection, and the like, which are nothing more than weak attempts to shield yourselves from the crimes you commit. We are tired of playing by the rules of your rigged game. We are tired of watching our lands be destroyed and our children killed and displaced at your will. We will not allow for the continuation of military occupation in Hawaii. The leases must end. The no-action alternative is the only option. This is not America. This will never be America. From Turtle Island to Hawaii, get out.
Thank you very much. One little change for tonight, too. When you come up to the mic, please state your name, just so we can cross-reference. The first two did. 229.
Hello, good evening, Colonel Cleo Patterson. I'm the priest at St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, just up the road, and so this is really close. I was born in Wahiawā, right around the time of the Korean War. My father was a soldier at Schofield, and for the last 10 years, I've been on the Native Hawaiian Advisory Council, and it's been very important to be there, to be able to review and to see the projects and the proposals related to military training and so on and so forth, and all the things that the Army, at least the areas that we're talking about, and that's been a good experience. And I wish that there was more communication with that Native American, Native Hawaiian Legal, Native Advisory Council, more interaction with the community, and more efforts to really work with the community and educate the community on the things that are happening. Very important things. We've seen a lot of impact, environmental impact on the lands, and that conversation needs to expand. We've seen in the community numerous statements and resolutions on apologies for the history, and I think the Army and the armed forces need to really commit to disseminating those resolutions, like the U.S. Congress Apology and Reconciliation Process. United Churches of Christ has a resolution from 1993, very strong resolution, and the Association of Hawaiian Churches has a resolution titled, when it was passed 2 years ago on the national level, titled Ending the 128-Year War between the U.S. Army and Native Hawaiians. And just this summer, the United Methodist Church passed a very strong resolution, what called an apology resolution. And so we'll see what these churches can do to bring that education, that knowledge into the community, all the history that comes with it, really quick. But I think there's a commitment on the part of the armed forces to really do more education on the history. And I know every September 2nd for the last 10 years, we've had services on Schofield on the Queen's birthday. And that's been an opportunity to do education on that history with the leadership. And we have some new leadership coming in this year. And Colonel, you've been here for a couple of years. You've also come into the community and have attended some of the reconciliation services on January 17th. Hopefully, we can have somebody join the Peace March and learn a little bit more about that on January 17th as well, just a little bit. But I have a member of our church who's here today. Where's Reka? And she's with the Gaza Coalition and has words, and I thought I'd yield some time to her to just say a little bit about what's happening in Gaza. And Hawaii has been associated, compared to the Palestinians for many years. And I'm just going to give her a little bit of time to talk about what's going on.
Hi. So that's fine. Please state your name, and then please try to keep it to 2 minutes, because you were past the time.
Good evening, everyone, and aloha. I'm Raquel Reynolds. I'm a Kanaka Maoli, and I am of Kanaka Maoli ancestry and a supporting member of the Palestinian Coalition of Hawaii. It's an entity of collective organizations and individuals that are working towards a common goal to end colonization globally. I am a resident of Wahiawā, and I lived in Wahiawā most of my entire life. I moved here since my freshman year of high school, and I graduated from Leilehua in 2006. Unfortunately, most of my memories of high school are not of laughter or cheerful moments with my peers, but occasionally sitting in a darkened classroom due to the power outages and hearing bombs being tested, probably in the forestry area behind the school. I remember how buildings trembled and portables shook, These are from bombs that are being tested by the U.S. military in preparation for wars such as the current ones we are witnessing in Gaza. The U.S. has sent $25 billion of it. This includes $3.8 billion annually from the Obama administration to Israel. And these are taxpayers' money that could have gone to our ailing communities like Lahaina, yet is going towards aiding settler colonies and displacing indigenous Palestinians from their homelands. While lands are being occupied and training exercises are being conducted, it leaves a harmful impression on our lands and imposes a threat to the indigenous communities. These military exercises contribute to the extinction of native species that cannot be found elsewhere and prohibiting indigenous populations from being able to access their own resources and or practice from their ancestral lands. Today would have been my late grandfather's 91st birthday, but my family and I wouldn't have known if he would have lived to live a glorious age because he passed from leukemia when my mother and her siblings were children. My grandfather was a part of Operation Wigwam, which remained classified for 20 years. It was a single underwater nuclear test that depth charged a bomb 600 meters deep to determine the vulnerability of submarines to its nuclear explosions. The Centers for Investigation report found that nearly 40% of the interviewed Operation Wigwam detection badges during the nuclear tests. This was 30 kilotons, more than twice the size of Hiroshima's atomic weapon. Despite the Navy's contention that no servicemen were closer than 5 miles to the blast, the logs of my grandfather's ship showed that it was being well under a mile from the bomb detonation site.
I'm sorry, I do need you to wrap it up, please.
I'm sorry?
I need you to wrap it up, please.
Yes, I'm almost done. Many were informed that they had participated in a nuclear test until several weeks Operation Wigwam was over. My grandfather's death was not only the blame on this operation, but Joan McCarthy shared that moments before her husband's death, after the detonation, for as far as the eyes could see, that the oceans was covered with dead marine life. She had expressed this at a President's Advisory Committee in 1995, and also stated that Operation Wigwam was a human radiation experiment that caused the death of her husband. With all the testimonies I've heard since Tuesday and testimonies from throughout my life, I stand here today to testify my strong opposition on renewing the lease to the U.S. military, and also state that we should divest from the U.S. colonial government as well, as it seems clear that during their tenure it only worked for their benefits and not for the people. It seems clear that they do not have the capacity to not only care for civilians, but also our lands, water, and seas too. Basic fundamentals that our people wish to uphold. We've also witnessed the lack of moral standards and principles of not only our indigenous ancestors, but all indigenous nations of the world too. So I would like to leave with you all tonight with great words from my friends from Kona for Palestine. Our collective liberation is directly affected by the global imperialism, and so a free Palestine is a free Hawaii, is a free Congo, is a free Sudan, is a free Haiti, is a free Papua, and is a free Turtle Island, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 230. Jamaica, is that you? Okay. He's wiping it.
Dig in. Aloha mai kākou. My name is Jamaica Heoli Meli Kalani Osorio. I'm a native Hawaiian, associate Professor of Indigenous and Native Hawaiian Politics at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and a resident of Wahiawā. I come here today as a representative of my family, most of whom reside in Wahiawā, and within earshot of the ongoing military violence at Schofield, the Lightning Academy, Poamoho, and other proximal military installations. Military violence is a fact of living in Wahiawā, more so than I could have ever imagined when we first moved here in 2020. From our home, my children can hear the offensive morning parade of your colonial anthem every 8 a.m. At night, my children's sleep is regularly disrupted by your salute to war and waste as your helicopters hover over our heads and your soldiers fire off thousands of live rounds into the night. In these and other ways, your ongoing military occupation is intimate and personal to me and to my ohana and many other Native Hawaiians living in Wahiawā. I also come here as a representative of my lahui, the Native Hawaiian people who have since at least the 19th century fervently protested and resisted U.S. military occupation in Hawaii and the Pacific. I join the generations of Kanaka who continue to fiercely protest ongoing American imperialism in Hawaii and the use of Hawaii as a staging ground for the expansion of U.S. empire. In this moment, I am particularly concerned with the way weapons training is facilitated in Hawaii in support of ongoing genocides in Palestine and West Papua via the RIMPAC exercises and other international cooperative military operations. We are unwilling to stand idly by while these genocides become a material legacy of our people, our land, and our kai. Therefore, today I add my testimony to the thousands who have come before me calling for a demilitarized Hawaii and Pacific and a return of all stolen Hawaiian Kingdom and government lands, regardless of whether or not that theft took place via seizure, lease, or executive order. There is no process of evaluation at the disposal of the state or the U.S. military that can assign a numerical value to what these lands mean to our people. In addition to being our kingdom and government lands, these aina are our relatives. Our people have endured nearly a century of extraction, testing, dumping, and shelling on these sacred lands, from the devastation on Kaho'olawe to the ongoing live fire training at Pohakuloa, the scars left on our landscape, the fractures in our precious watersheds, and the contamination of our sacred waters and soils is the only legacy of the U.S. military. There is no fee that you can pay to balance that expense. There shall be no retention. The only appropriate response is the full and final return of our aina. That the Department of Defense chooses to position this ongoing military occupation as being in service to our security is laughable. The U.S. military presence in Hawaii has only ever brought increased economic, environmental, intimate, and political precarity to our lands and peoples everywhere. We find vulnerability in Hawaii. We find the U.S. military and his operations at hand. From the increased violence experienced by wahine, mahu, and trans people, to the deposits of depleted uranium at Pohakuloa, to the poisoned aquifer on Oʻahu, to the outrageous rising cost of living causing many of our people to leave the sands of their birth, or the ongoing threat of foreign attack on Hawaii. Each of these are examples that are indicative of the ways Hawaii's genuine security is neither a priority or a possibility under U.S. military occupation. To add insult to incredible injury, these processes of retention are nothing more than a performance meant to assuage public support for a modern land grab and further assault on Hawaiian sovereignty. The simple truth is, there is no difference between the lands controlled by the U.S. government, including Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Shafter, Schofield, Wheeler, and Kaneohe, and the 1.4 million acres of land under DLNR's administration. All these lands were stolen from Crown and government lands to which neither the U.S. nor the state has title. For the military to be offering a swap of any of these lands is a simple sleight at hand. While imperialism, colonialism, and empire building is your mission and legacy, we refuse to continue to be made pawns in a game that sacrifices our aina and our keiki to irreparable harm only for you to train your soldiers to take your death-dealing missions abroad in our name. You do not belong here. This is not your land. You have no lands at which to legally swap in order to retain these leases, and we will not acquiesce to your twisted charade of condemnation. Hawaii is a healthier, safer, and fuller place without you here. It is time for you to pack up your things, clean up your messes, and leave our home for good.
Thank you. $231. What, 231? She was two. Jamaica, you were 230, right? Okay, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, so Jamaica was 234, and then Llewellyn's gonna be 230. Okay.
My name is Luella Leonard in Waimanalo. I am now presently living in Waianae Valley on Homestead. The first thing I want to talk about is my grandfather, Orlando Ald. Back in 1951, he was on Inuita. He called home to my grandmother and was very, very angry. What he was angry about is he was witnessing some of the 64 nuclear bombs that was being done there. So he called home to my grandmother and he asked my grandmother if anybody's pregnant. And my grandma said yes too. And he asked my grandmother to name 2 children, one Marshall, which is my brother, and the other one Kwajalein, so that we never, ever forget about nuclear war. The second thing that I want to talk about is I want to bring up George Helm. I want to bring him up because when he passed, when we lost him, it was 1976, I believe. And for two years thereafter, those of us who were concerned at that time about George Helm, we finally made it to Kaho'olawi on Public Law 95341, and that was the freedom of religion for Alaskan Natives, Native Hawaiians, and Native Americans. So here I am. I'm walking across sorry, I saw the 30 seconds. I'm walking across, going to Kaho'olawi. We landed at Honokanainai. We also took a trip to Ke'alaikahiki. From Honokanainai, and we walked, there was just 5 of us, walked across Kaho'olawi. We also made it to the middle part of Kaho'olawi to Pu'umaiwi. After Pu'umaiwi, we all went to Hakeauawa. I turned around and walked back to Honokanainai into the arms of Uncle Mitchell. What I wanted to say here is, actually there's a lot that I want to say.
Can you summarize, please?
I like the name POW. It's really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 231, please. Number 231. Is that you coming up? I see you waving. Okay. Please state your, oh no, yes, okay. Please state your name when you come to the mic. Thank you very much.
Aloha. O Kiana Rose, ku'aloha dulang ko'uinoa, no kapale maiau, no keokaha ko'u Makua is Ohana. That's where my dad's family is from. Also from the Philippines. My mom is from the Philippines. My great-great-great-great-grandpa is John Kalei Manuia, and he was a Royal Guard for Queen Leilehua. And my dad is currently a Foreign Area Officer for the DoD. I am an intern at an organic farm, and I'm also speaking against the military because I hear so much artillery going on whenever I'm just harvesting like daikon and coastal star lettuce, and that doesn't make any sense. Anyways, some questions that I have. What amount of money is being given to the people on the Board of Land and Natural Resources, who are the accepting authority of this proposed action? Do your readiness and environmental protection and integration grants provide enough money to undo or offset the damage done by your training activities, or do they just justify your continued abuse and degradation of our aina? The National Environmental Protection Act requires that the federal government to use all practicable means to create and maintain conditions under which man and nature can exist in productive harmony. But what is harmony? In table 3.59 of the EIS, it says continued loss of aina represents Continued loss of aina represents a disproportionate and a long-term significant adverse impact on communities with environmental justice concerns. Do you know what aina means? Aina refers to the reciprocal relationship that humans have with the land, not live fire training or maneuvering exercises. After listening to just a fraction of the testimony, I got chicken skin or goosebumps. And was moved spiritually and cannot imagine to continue the process of renewing these leases. So my last question is, do you have a heart? Mahalo.
Thank you very much. 232. Please state your name.
Aloha kako, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. My name is Kathleen Corpus, and I am a settler from the Philippines, grew up in Kalihi, and I am here to oppose the U.S. Army's retention of all state lands in Kahuku, Kawailoa, and Makua on the island of Oʻahu. I'm a proud graduate of UH Manoa in American Studies and Political Science program, deepening my understanding of how my Filipino identity intertwined with Hawaii's history. In Hawaii, we have a legacy of survivance where Filipinos, Kanaka Maoli, and Pacific Islanders embrace our cultures, identities, and traditional practices. We refuse to pledge allegiance to a nation and hegemonic institutions that render our ethnic identities obsolete. Your request to use these lands is unacceptable because of your poor record in being the stewards of this land. There's a saying that the health of the land is the health of the people, yet you've destroyed the aquifer in Kaho'olawe, deprived residents of clean water at Red Hill. Your military activities, including incessant gunfire, noisy helicopters, and environmental pollutants like falling ashes, severely impact the well-being of our people who reside here. Again, we refuse to support the U.S. Army training on these lands. History showed that your training activities often serve to perpetrate U.S. imperialist agendas worldwide. You're training soldiers who contribute to conflicts and commit genocide in places like Palestine and Sudan. Let me point this out. Our community holds a solution. We are capable of stewarding these lands and practicing aloha aina. We demand that these lands return to Hawaii so we can restore food systems, reclaim cultural practices vital to our livelihoods, and military training are fundamentally incompatible with aina-based values. Continuing to desecrate and exploit these lands is unjust. The true alternative is clear. Return these lands. Where our leaders are ready to govern responsibility, we stand united in our determination to protect and preserve these sacred lands. Aloha and salamat.
$233.
Hello, my name is Cami Yamamoto. I have lived in Wahiawā my entire life. I'm fourth generation here. My mom's right over there. And I just want to talk about just my personal experiences, why I've come to distrust the U.S. military. I don't believe anything you guys say and promise. And why we don't need the U.S. here, in Hawaii, in the Philippines, anywhere else in the world. After I joined Filipino grassroots organizations a few years ago, I learned that the 25th Infantry Division, which is housed in Schofield, trains and deploys military personnel to train the armed forces of the Philippines. The U.S. Army trains the AFP in jungle operations in places like here in Wahiawā, Kahuku, Waianae, and they even have annual trainings together like the Balikatan exercises that just concluded just last month. It's armies like the AFP that are trained in counterinsurgency tactics to target, harass, and kill peasant farmers, workers, and other human rights advocates, some of the people I know. The brutality of the AFP is well known. Earlier this year, the International People's Tribunal ruled the Biden, Duterte, and Marcos administration as guilty of gross human rights violations. And I encourage you, the US military, to listen to the trial, to hear the stories of survivors who were kidnapped in broad daylight, or the loved ones of organizers who were tortured, murdered, and paraded as trophies, and remind yourselves that it's you guys who trained them to do that. Just like they're doing in Palestine. These trainings are supposedly in the name of protecting democracy, promoting peace, safekeeping the Indo-Pacific, the list goes on and on. But like Hawaii, the Philippines is nothing but a pawn in the US war games, and it's the people who suffer. Whether it's here in Hawaii, the Philippines, or in Palestine, these people may be terrorists to you, but to me, our kasamas in the Philippines, people here in Hawaii, these are the very people that inspire us to continue to organize ourselves and to dream of a better society for our future. The military does nothing except exploit people and natural resources. We don't need the renewal of the military leases here in Hawaii. We don't need the US military bases in the Philippines, and we don't need them anywhere else in the world. We say US out of Hawaii, US out of the Philippines, and everywhere else.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think Jamaica was 234, so she already went, so 235. I just want to check, you're 235? Perfect, thank you. Please state your name.
Mahalo, mahalo. Aloha, everybody. I oppose the lease extensions. It is time to heal the land, to heal the aina. Look back to haloa. What is the opposite of haloa? Ha'iki. Ha'iki is short breath. And haloa was actually a man and the kalo. But if haloa was ha'iki, then haloa wouldn't be making good decisions, yeah? He wouldn't be breathing in fully like ha-loa, big breath. Ha'iki is what, whether you, ha'iki and haloa, they rather decides whether you make good decisions or bad decisions, whether you're panicking or whether you're relaxing, stay calm. Back to the Baibala. We are stewards of the aina, not destroyers of the aina. We are here to malama the aina, malama each other, and malama keakua. It is our sacred kuleana to malama. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Can you state your name?
O ulupui ko ino. Mahalo.
236. We rock food too. There's food in the back. Coco Oho would like me to let you know.
There's food in the back.
There's food in the back.
Okay.
And Matt and I brought tanyas for you guys. So there's pie.
Okay. Aloha kako, Wahiawā. My name is Kyle Kajihiro from Mo'ili'ili. Tonight I want to talk about the process, flaws with the process. And in order to meaningfully participate in this EIS process, we need access to information, we need transparency, and there's some critical information that we haven't been able to get. So in 2017, I submitted a FOIA request for the final traditional cultural places study ethnographic report for Makua. I think this report is relevant to assessing whether Makua is eligible as a traditional cultural properties site. It's been over 7 years. I haven't gotten the report, Colonel. I don't know where you folks file this stuff, but I'm beginning to think that it's sort of the pattern that happens. In 1977, Marion Kelly did the cultural history report for Makua Valley. And because the findings were critical of the Army's use of the valley, that report was suppressed for over 30 years. In 2006, during the Stryker Brigade expansion, Oʻahu sued the Army for violating Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act for failing to conduct adequate archaeological surveys of the sites. So as a settlement, they agreed to allow a limited survey of sites in Leilehua, Schofield, Kahuku, and Pohakuloa. Chris Monahan led that study. It was completed in 2009. But the report was never released. The report recommended that these many sites were eligible for National Register of Historic Places and possibly and should be evaluated for inclusion as traditional cultural properties. So what happened to that report? I submitted it along with my comments on the scoping process and the cultural impact assessment, but I don't see it cited in the report, and I don't see the documents available to the public. And so there were other documents cited in the report that I would like to be made available. You cite the Army Range Complex Master Plan, 2022. Please make that available on the website. You also cite the analysis of alternative study, but there's no citation listed in the bibliography, and I think that that's very relevant for us to understand how you're looking at these sites. There's a moratorium on major land acquisitions for the DoD, and so you had to request a waiver, which was submitted in 2017. It's listed in the citations, but I've requested it through FOIA, and I have not gotten it over several years now. I requested it on the Pohakuloa EIS. And also the major land acquisition waiver, which was granted in 2018, but again, I have not received that document. So please post those on the website, because this is all relevant and necessary for us to understand what your plans are. And so the fact that they haven't been released and made available makes me wonder whether you have some cards up your sleeve that you're hiding from us, because if we understood what was really going on, we would be able to raise our voices to it. So please make those information available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katsuhiro. Number 237.
Ana aike aloha kako. My name is Bronson Azama. Hail from the ahupua of He'eia, so on the windward side of Oahu. The thing I'd like to share is, when it comes to take us back to a time in 1849, when there was a relationship that was made and a treaty signed between agents of the United States and Kauikeaʻuli and his heirs and successors, that was supposed to be a beginning of a relationship that was acknowledged as a treaty of friendship. Yet after 1893 and the participation of the United States in an illegal usurpation of our government and our queen, we find 131 years of a bad friend, where legal solutions to our illegal problem are often deduced to being a political question and not a legal one. When it comes to that relationship and that beginning of the crime that resulted in the beginning of a tarnished legacy pollution of not only our environment, but also the geopolitical status that's happened across the world. How is the rest of the world supposed to believe that you're the good guys as you illegally occupy a neutral nation state that suffers, a quote, mahalo, a quote, according to the United Nations Memo on Human Rights, an illegal military occupation and fraudulent annexation? This is patient zero when it comes to Hawaii in the relations that are happening across the world. To pretend that what's happening here, as others say, this isn't compartmentalized when it comes to the lands and the designations that you folks have provided for us to look at. When we think about the same way the biosphere works and how it's all interconnected, it's the same for the politics and the human relation and harm that's caused here in Hawaii by the United States military. One of the things that I'd like to bring up in acknowledging that my time's a little bit short is, as others have shared about this notion that Hawaii is supposed to be a space of healing, We're taught, and I was taught by my kupuna, that peace is not the absence of war, but rather the fulfillment of harmony. And what peace has been brought as a result of your occupation, not only to here in Hawaii, but also across the world. It's gotten worse, so we need something better. I ain't gonna experience another 50 years of this bullshit, to be quite frank, when we think about the turmoil that's happening across the planet. I would say it's time to return a Switzerland of the Pacific again. We're tired of all of this turmoil between these global superpowers when it's time to elevate a blue consciousness. This is a blue planet. When it comes to the harm that the United States and other colonial powers are causing here in Hawaii and the ocean, we must remember that the Pacific is a third of the world's surface. The U.S. and the attempts that it's making to steal our lands in the remote Pacific Islands through conservation, that's the biggest lie, that the United States is the best to conserve our resources. Thank you, I'll wrap up. So when it's time for our future, the time and the opportunity is now. When it comes to the things that my elders taught me, it's that you have to clean your house first before you go into others. And when I look at the house that's happening on the continent, where geopolitical relationships and not to mention its own domestic problems are seemingly risky by political speeches made every 4 years, I think there's an opportunity and there's a need for the return of self-determination by the people of this place. In the words of Uncle Hank Fergestrom, which I'll close on, show us the treaty, because we're not going to pretend that these processes, mahalo, because we're not going to pretend that these processes are supposed to be legal. As others have said, it's a seemingly charade. But I still believe there's an opportunity for people to do good things. And I hope that you folks can do the right thing and that we free Hawaii. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Number 238. 238. No one? Very well. Is that you? Okay. Please state your name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Micah Benovitz, past president of the Wahiawā Community Business Association and current board member. We have represented the Wahiawā community and the businesses that are the neighbors of Schofield for almost 90 years. This community and the military have strong ties. For example, the Wahiawā swimming pool was the first swimming pool in Hawaii that was public, that the U.S. Corps of Engineers assisted in building 75 years ago today. The World War II veterans funded the pool in appreciation for the support of the Wahiawā community when they served overseas. There are 21 names at the pool of those killed in action from Wahiawā. A majority graduated from this school who gave their lives a sacrifice for freedom. About 30% of the students that attend this very school have parents in the military. When the 25th ID was deployed in the early 2000s, I remember Wahiawā turned into a ghost town and many businesses struggled. During lunchtime, there are many military personnel in Wahiawā who patronize the small businesses. One of the fears is that the military downsize will greatly impact the local businesses in Wahiawā negatively, as well as our national defense efforts. The U.S. military uses these training facilities to be combat ready and ready for humanitarian crises such as natural disasters or man-made. The current global geopolitics is also worrisome with the aggression of authoritarian regimes such as Russia invading Ukraine, Iran using proxies in the Middle East, North Korea escalating by providing weapons to Russia and increasing their nuclear capabilities. Our country is facing dire challenges, further complicating in this quandary faces by communities in the Indo-Pacific with the expansion of the PRC to the Spratly Islands, encroaching upon Vietnam and the Philippines, and other parts of the Pacific, including its rattle-sabling over the Straits of Taiwan. In addition, the PRC is extending its tentacles in the South Pacific, with Tonga deeply in debt with the PRC and forging closer relations with the Solomon Islands. Last year, the Solomon Islands blocked port visits to U.S. naval ships. There are parallels with the current events of aggression authoritarian regimes to the 1930s of fascism, which led to World War II. Democracies today are being threatened both in Europe and in Indo-Pacific. The war in Ukraine is escalating with transnational soldiers fighting on both sides. Currently, the PRC is training in Belarus with the Russian military. Last year, the South African military participated in a 10-day joint day military exercise with Russia and the PRC along the South African East Coast. To conclude, the WCBA supports the U.S. military having areas to continue their training to prepare against threats from abroad and appreciates its prompt response to community concerns. It's been many decades since the military vehicles have traveled through our streets to East Range. The footprint has been replaced by helicopters. Any negative testimony you hear tonight is not from the vast majority of the Wahiawā community, nor is it of the vast majority of the Hawaii citizens. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. 239. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Malik. All right.
Ako. Oh. No, it's all good. Ayo. I don't have written testimony prepared, but Heoli signed me up because we have to testify these days. I joked on the way here saying, isn't this a great family outing? When in fact it's not. It's raining right now, and I want to ask, do you know the name of this rain? Her name is Kuahine. Can we all say Kuahine? Her more harder sister is Ula Ula. The winds that come and bless these lands, that come and give us this beautiful, nice Olu Olu AC, comes from Mount Ka'ala. And in that way, we are connected to Waianae, right? Her name is Waikoloa. And I want you to know these names because these are inoa that are important to our aina. The inoa that bless our lands, the ua, the makani. They have stories. They have personalities. They have ike. They have stance. And they were here, and they will be here before any of us and after any of us. I put my kids to sleep every night. And on some nights, my kids, they rattle in their sleep because they hear your live army training. They hear your bullets going off, your bombs going off. On the way home, my daughter, Kalewo, he asks, Mommy, what's that in the distance? There's a plume of smoke happening. I tell her that the military is bombing the lands. And I want to ask you, how can you wake up every day thinking that you are doing something great? This is the biggest military discount I have ever seen, $1 a year. Kama'aina will never get discount like that. Not for an aina. And you guys go to sleep every night thinking, I'm a hero, and I should get military discount wherever I go. Aware. Okay, Lahui, I want you to be quiet for this one. Sir and ma'am, what are the names of the rain? Without looking at your notes, what are the names of the rain? Away.
Thank you. 240. 240.
Aloha kākou. My name is Kaulana Ing. I am a resident of Wahiawā. I live up in Wahiawā at the top of California Ave near the Lightning Academy. And I really love this town. My wife's ohana has been here for many generations. I'm lucky enough to have just moved here a few years ago. And I love that people can have different politics, different opinions, but still come together talking about the places they love, the lands they love, their favorite streams that we play in. We show up to each other's babies' first birthday parties, check on our older neighbors. I think we have pride in being good neighbors here. And that's one of the things that really brings this town together, and one of the reasons I'm so proud to live here. And we try to bring that into our own home as well, into our living room. I'll share a story that just a few months ago, my daughter, Ilima Makalai, was taking her first steps. It was her first time walking, so if you can imagine, she is, dawdling around, looking down at her feet. She looks up at us, and she has the biggest smile on her face, right? Just pure stoke. It's a new experience, and she's loving it. And then imagine that that face turns into pure terror because our entire house is shaking because a helicopter is flying directly over our home at 8 p.m., and that's another first experience for her, the first experience of terror. This is a reality of living here in Wahiawā. That day she learned that she has people around her protecting her who will share joy with her, and also that at any given moment, she is subject to terror. That the soundtrack of her childhood will be machine guns at 10:30 p.m., waking her up at night, will be mortar rounds echoing through our valley, will be people zooming up to get to their exercises on time, just barely missing us as we walk around our street. And let me share with you one more story. So this was about a year ago, actually just before my baby was born, actually just a few days before, we were, my wife was having contractions, right? And we're an older couple, we need to get to the hospital on time. So we grabbed the go bag, got in the car, headed out. And as we were trying to exit our neighborhood, we couldn't because there were too many cars parked along the side of the street. And apparently there were people walking to an exercise there in the Lightning Academy, right? And it was so packed that the bus trying to go up the street couldn't make it through. We were bottlenecked in and stuck there. And so I left her in the car in the AC. I ran out to get a solution to try to get us through. There's a lot of people in uniforms. So the first person in uniform I asked, hey, can you help us get through? We can't get through. My wife's may be in labor. We're trying to get to the hospital. He said, no, sorry. I need to get to this ceremony. I need to get there. I'm late already. Sorry. Then I asked the next person in uniform. I said, can you help us? Can you help us here? He said, no, sorry. We have a right to be here. We have a right to park here because we're having a ceremony, a graduation ceremony over there. The third uniform person I asked, he said, why are you raising your voice at me? Why are you raising your voice at me? This isn't my fault. This is someone else's fault. You need to talk to someone else. He went along and joined the rest of his friends at the ceremony. So it wasn't until all of my neighbors got out of their cars, walked out of their homes to back me up because they could tell I was in distress, that we were finally able to get an officer to come down and command everyone to move their cars. Right? So this is a situation where the livelihood, the actual health and safety of my wife and my unborn child were put at risk because of an exercise of ego, in my opinion, that was happening in our neighborhood. So I just think that the military has not been good neighbors to the people in this community, and therefore I can't trust that they would be good stewards of these lands here or elsewhere across the Pai'aina. So I argue for the deoccupation of all these lands across Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. 241.
Aloha, I'm known as Sweet Tea. And that's it. That's all you need to know. Okay? You got the history lesson already, right? I am a vet, sad to say. But when I joined, I did not know what I was joining. I thought I was an American, just like probably everybody in this room. I slowly discovered the truth while being in the military. Afghanistan, I was deployed right before bin Laden got taken out. It was there that I'm sitting in a tower that I shouldn't have been in because I am a female and I had 2 Afghan males with me. Rocks started flying at this tower. I look out and it's a little kid. Those 2 Afghan soldiers, they started pointing their weapon at him. I said, what are you doing? It's a kid. And he goes, but he's on the outside. I go, but he's still a kid, and he's still one of your people. At that moment, I thought of my people. I was the one wearing the uniform. I was the one oppressing my people. So when I came back from Afghanistan, I got the hell out. And I made sure damn well you guys paid for me to get out, and still continue to pay for me. Okay? along my way, this time limit stuff can go away. You know why? Because your time is up. Your time is up. This is our time. 131 years we've been waiting to participate. We ain't participating anymore. No means no. Okay? And along my journey of starting to fight for my aina and my people, you guys are the biggest terrorists in the entire world. This rimpat crap, why do we need war? Why? World domination, ego, pride, money. Go build your own little freaking floating island somewhere in the Pacific and leave us alone. You guys don't get it. Like Brada was talking about getting blocked in his home because he couldn't get to the hospital because of all the military personnel. Let me tell you, and I know this is true because I wore that uniform. When I put that uniform on, before I knew better, I walked around proud. Yeah, oh, look, everybody's looking at me. Everybody's getting out of my way. You damn right, you better get out of my way. And I guarantee you that's how you feel every time you put that uniform on. And that's how everybody else in the military feels when they put that uniform on. They look down upon us. They think they can trample on us. Is that right? No, it's not. Another thing, you guys only listen to U.S. law. What is your oath? What did you take? I uphold and defend the United States Constitution of both foreign and domestic, right? What is the law of the land of your U.S. Constitution? Do you know? Do you know your law of the land? It's treaties. Treaties is the law of your land. But we have no treaty of annexation with the United States. Right? You can Google it, and it'll come up with joint resolution. A joint resolution is not the treaty of annexation. And that's basic law. I quit law school, or going to law school, because I don't need that. Because that's a U.S. piece of paper. And let me tell you, we will play your game right now. Did you know about a notice that was sent to the Supreme Court of the United States back in March? It said all public actors, which include the military, must uphold and defend their oath to the United States Constitution, or they will be jailed and all property seized. Better go check that out because it was ruled 9-0 by your law. All of these verbal testimonies that we have given, consider that affidavits to the notice that was sent to SCOTUS. No means no. You guys need to get out. We don't need you. We don't want you. You were never invited in the first place.
So I do want to ask again, if you could try to stick to the 2 minutes. We have at least another 40 people, and we do want everybody to have an opportunity to testify at least once. 242. Is that you? Okay, sure. If not, it's Andre now. Are you sticking to your 2 minutes, Andre, or just? Okay. Try your best. That's all I ask, Andre.
Test one. Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha kako. Aloha. My name is Andre Perez. I live in Wahiawā, Pearl City, on the shores of Pu'uloa. not Pearl Harbor, Pu'uloa. I live with my family directly across a military Superfund site, one of the most toxic sites in the U.S. And we live literally 200 feet across from the beginnings of that Superfund site. I'm coming from a baseline of demilitarization. Now we have an excellent opportunity to demilitarize Hawaii. We must reduce the military footprint and impact to our land, water, and people if our children are going to have a future. Red Hill has taught us that. The PFAS chemicals that were discovered in our water systems has taught us that. But I also know that the reality is that the U.S. military is not going to pick up and leave Hawaii anytime soon. We're dealing with power, and the truth means nothing to that kind of power. So I'm coming from a position of attainable, achievable demilitarization, which means reducing the military footprint and impact to Hawaii, our land, water, and people. To be clear, my politics, my personal politics, and my family, we are for total deoccupation, restoration of the Hawaiian Kingdom, independence, and sovereignty. But I'm going to speak to this process, this occupied process. The military have been horrible stewards of our land, horrible neighbors, as we've all heard. The military has historically raped our land, water, and women. The land issues revolve around contamination, toxicity, Superfund sites. In 2022, the Army started one of the largest fires in Pohakuloa. Most people don't even know about that. 2022, late July, RIMPAC started a fire at Pohakuloa that burned approximately 30,000 acres, including 3,500 acres of sensitive critical habitat. That is military stewardship of our land. That's what it looks like. This is nothing new to us. Water. We all know the Red Hill story that has been an issue with outcry for decades. And only when the fuel came out in the faucets of military housing was there action taken. So we have this banner here up on the wall. This is my organization. The U.S. military cannot be trusted with our land and water. You have demonstrated that time and time again. I'm a vet. I served active duty for 8 years. I got out in 1996. I was stationed in Florida, Korea, and here at Wheeler Airfield. So I'm speaking from experience in the military and how the military operates as one of the worst contaminators in the world. Our people here in Hawaii, we're tired of your war noise. We're tired of gunfire training, whether live or simulated. We're tired of bombs and explosions in our community. We're tired of low-flying helicopters over our community. And I want to share some of that with you. If you give me a moment, and I'll wrap up. Kehau? I'll share some of that with you. To the people, to the community, to the Hawaii community in this room, how many of you can hear this noise that I'm about to play? You can put your hands down. This noise that I'm about to play from your homes, from the sanctity of your own home. Yeah, I want to play this. One moment. Here we go. Yeah, this is antiquated military traditions that mean nothing to us. Means nothing to us. It's noise. It's war noise. How many of you can hear this from your homes? Raise your hand. Raise your hand right now. This is antiquated military traditions that have no meaning to our community. But we're subjected to hearing this war noise every single day from the privacy of our homes. I want to ask how many people I'm going to play one more. Got it. Imagine you got to hear that. I'm going to play it one more time. If we got to hear it, You got to hear it. We don't want to hear that no more. We're over it. And you know what? This is something that you guys can fix. How many in the room can hear this from the privacy of your homes? Every day. I have dozens and dozens of video of low-flying military helicopters over my home where I live. Every single day. Every single day. How many of you can hear this from the privacy of your homes? This is what I hear from my home where I live. This is what many people hear. We're tired of your war noise in our community. We're tired of the impact of U.S. militarization, militarism, and occupation of our home. We're tired of it. We live next to this, Waimanalo. Ever been at Waimanalo at night? Bellows, marine training, amphibious training. This is what it sounds like in the second most dense population, Hawaiian population in the world. We have to hear your war noise, and we're tired of it. We're calling for the Board of Land and Natural Resources to reduce the military footprint, reduce the noise, reduce the impact to our community. And we're going to organize, and we're going to fight. This is just the beginning. You will see us on the streets. You will see us occupying the entrance to military bases. We are going to organize, and we are going to resist your occupation, your poor stewardship, your contamination of our land, water, and people. You will see us for the next 4 or 5 years. You will see us because we're going to resist. We want a demilitarized Hawaii, and we want it now. Mahalo.
$243. $243? You're 243?
Yep. I'm 243. Aloha nui. Who can follow that? Right on. Right on, Andre. Land back. Let's get a round of applause for that. Aloha nui. My name is Alessa Ainalani Nubo. I'm speaking to you from an indigenous perspective as an Oiwi of this land. This ongoing desecration needs to end, and I oppose the lease extensions. I grew up in Kula on Maui, and the childhood backdrop to growing up there was listening to the bombing of Kaho'olawe, listening to the military crack the water table and basically bomb that island until it was hard pan and it was bleeding and raining off into the ocean around it. So that was a hard reality to grow up with, and it's nothing compared to what the children of Palestine are going through. But the overarching values and themes that we carry with us as Hawaiians are about aloha aina. Everything that the military does to train on our lands goes against this concept, goes against loving the land, being good stewards to the land. The ongoing desecration and threat to the environment, the ocean, the land, our aina, the spring water, all the sources, all the organisms that live here with us. These organisms we also consider our kupuna and our ancestors. They have no voice in this. There's continued limited access to the public, namely the Kanaka Maoli, to access and cultivate and care for lands, especially Makua Valley. What will the environmental impact be if these lands aren't rehabilitated, cleaned, and returned? The larger concern is the ongoing abuse and desecration of our land. The actions of the military have had dire impact on our people, our land, and the long-term implications, the health of the environment, the spiritual and psychological well-being of our people. At this point, it's about doing the right thing, and that's cleaning up and having minimal to zero presence, reducing your footprint. These state-owned lands that you leased for the last 65 years, ending in 2029, just a few more points that I wanted to bring up from the EIS. One of the things that I read was over the past 6 decades, the state-owned lands have been an important portion of the approximate 18,000 acres on Kahuku training area. Kawailoa-Poamoho Training Area, KPT Makua Military Reserve, and of the approximately 51,000 acres of Army training areas across Oʻahu. That's 51,000 acres. That's a lot of land. And there are a lot of us who don't have any land, no homes, and it's just not fair. It's not right anymore. And we're talking about 6,322 acres of leased state land. So this is directed not just to you, but to the BLNR and to our state, who we also have to hold accountable, not just to you. Thank you for your time. Aloha.
Thank you very much. 244. Cami, are you 244? Go ahead.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
My name is Camille Kalama. I live in Wahiawā, in Pu'uloa. And I'm here today not because I think that my 2 minutes of testimony in my 40s as the first chance to speak on the retention of these lands, on the military's use of thousands of acres of our national lands, is going to make a huge difference to you. I'm here because we have no choice. It's our kuleana as descendants of people who signed those ku'e petitions to oppose U.S. annexation. The great myth is that they failed. The truth is that they succeeded. There is no treaty. That was a success. They beat it. What we have is a resolution. We also have a resolution that is your law, that says that we have unrelinquished claims to those lands, to all of these lands, these 6,000 acres and some that you're proposing to continue using. We have unrelinquished claims to those lands. That is a property right, that's a property interest, and property does not even begin to convey what that means to our people. But we have an absolute right to have a say over those lands. And these 2 minutes to speak, this letters that we can write in, that is not a say. Consultation, listening, that's not decision-making and power over what happens to these lands that are part of our future and our keiki's future. But we're here because we have to be here. And I will say that these studies that you've produced, despite over 1,000 pages, they tell us almost nothing. And I say that with all due respect. They don't tell us where we're at now. What have you done in the almost 65 years that you've been using these lands? What is the condition that they're in? What needs to be done to bring them back to where you were when you started? This is not a true assessment of the impacts if we're starting from today and saying we're just going to keep using them, and so therefore there's little to no impact. How is that a study? How is that a real impact analysis, and how does that inform any decision making? It doesn't. It tells us that all negotiations over cleanups are going to happen after this is done. What is this going to tell us about them? What is this going to tell the decision makers about them? What does this tell the Board of Land and Natural Resources, who is now entrusted with these national lands of our people? What does it tell them? It does say in the summary that the use is consistent with state and federal laws. Well, how is it then that it says right in your documents that it's not consistent with the state land use laws? That's the laws we're living under right now. Those are the laws in power. It says explicitly they're not consistent. They're considered non-conforming uses. Why? Because the people of Hawaii have said that these are conservation lands. These are agricultural lands. In other words, these are lands that are important for food, for cultural use, for preservation, for natural environment, for really the future of our planet and our people. And so absolutely not. Military use is not an allowed use. It's not a compatible use, and it's not compatible with the national lands for Native Hawaiian people, the values that we hold, and the legacy we want to see for our keiki. I don't want to see my 16-year-old who lives right now across from that noise that you just heard on the speaker. Part of the reason I had trouble making my testimony today, because I was trying to work listening to that. It was so loud, I thought someone was knocking on the door. I don't want him to be in his 50s, in his 80s, when he gets his 2 minutes to speak about these lands that are part of his heritage. Bottom line is, all the military uses, we can't consider them piecemeal like this. You have Pohakuloa training area considered under a separate EIS. You have Oʻahu under a separate EIS. You have, I'm sure, Barking Sands is going to be under its own EIS process. Where is the study that assesses all the military impacts in Hawaii? Where is that? What do we know about that, and when are we going to have that? That's the problem. The bottom line is we want our lands back, and we want them now. Mahalo.
Two, 4, 5.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Kaliko Amona. I live in Pupukea, Oʻahu, North Shore. And I'm here tonight also in opposition to the Army's retention of the lands in discussion tonight and all lands in Hawaii. Speaking to the EIS, the no action alternative is the only acceptable alternative in the draft if we're going to talk in that kind of language. I'll be sending in written testimony, but just sharing a portion of my thoughts tonight and really getting back to like the theme of the last few testimonies on sound. Living in Pupukea, where my 3 kids were born, from little, like these babies, I've been subjected to that the sound of that gunfire, the explosions, the bombs, the war noise. These flights over our house, shaking our tiny little old cottage house, Quonset hut, shaking it. And having to, again, answer to my kids, that are much older than these little babies. Oh, what is that? That's the military doing their thing. And I thought I would see something like that in the EIS, because I'm sure it's been talked about before in scoping meetings. So went to the noise section of the EIS and just saw, it's in the language of decibels and how loud something is. Nothing about the nature of these sounds and what it does to people and what it means to people. It's like this constant taunting and terrorizing the soundtrack. And also in the noise section, it talks about, we think it's likely that the bats and the birds, they habituate to these sounds, like, not a problem. And as I was reading, like, they probably think, like, we have habituated to these sounds as well. And not just to the sounds, but the presence entirely. So we have not habituated. It has been a constant negative impact, and it's time for these leases to end and not be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaliko. 2, 4, 6.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
My name is Rihanna Lei, and I just wanted to come up here and let you guys know that we don't need the military here. A few months ago, it was career day for my school. I remember Hawaii Peace and Justice was one of my career choices, and they wanted us to share our thoughts about whether the military is helping Hawaii or not. This topic really had me think about all the damage you guys have done and will continue to do if you guys stay here. All you guys do has destroyed our land, our people, and our culture. I want to know what goes through your guys' head when you think about us Kanaka. Why do you think it's okay to continue to destroy our home? You guys need to understand that this isn't America. We have our own culture and our own language. It's sad how rare it is to hear Hawaiian language being spoken in Hawaii. Our Kaiapuni schools value the language and the practices of our kupuna. How do you think my kupuna will feel if we allow the people that overthrew our kingdom to stay and continue this heva? Here I am as a descendant of these kupuna to stop this. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. 247. Oh, sorry. 247. Okay, that was a psych. Okay, is there 247 here? Okay.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
I am to recap, I am Keiki Oka Aina, and I am born 1976, born and raised Kalihi Palama, but for 9 years, we live on Pearl City Peninsula, Navy housing, as known as Manana. And what Andre Perez shared, I hear that every morning, every evening, from Pearl Harbor through our big speakers, the giant voice. Anyways, I came here to speak to that camera in hopes that the Pentagon, the Army, military executive officials, and your home state congressmen, senators, as well as the rest of the Army and Department of Defense that are here, their home state Congress and senators, and then our Hawaiian Kingdom, Hawaii, senators and congressmen hears my voice and all of our voices. I came here to speak about the Aina, the land. So as I said, recap, 2 nights ago, I woke up my first year within becoming a 17-year Navy wife, living on Japan, to on my own decolonizing, to understand the proper Hawaiian history, right? Well, what I know about the Aina, the land, is, especially where I live, Pearl City Peninsula, every square foot that all the military bases, all the military occupies on, where all the Department of Defense is, where all of your Hawaii military community lives, where Kapalina Beach Homes is, where Moanalua Shopping Center is, where the 13 Navy housing neighborhoods are, the 2 Army housing neighborhoods, etc., etc., etc. Everywhere those military bases are is contaminated with toxins. For 32 months now, 32 months, me and my ohana in our home do not use our tap water, which is the island water, Wahiawā water. It's because the pipes are contaminated with the jet fuel JP5. I was the whistleblower for Pearl City Peninsula, December 8, 2021. If I had not spoken up, those senior leaderships, just like both of you, and especially this clown that I created, Admiral Paparo, that I created a big poster of him and I held it high and proud outside of the federal court back in May, when we are right now in trial in court against the Navy, against the US government. I made this huge poster and it says, I jet fueled Oʻahu and got away with it. The very morning I held up this high in May, he was being ranked, promoted from Indo-PACOM to now taking over the whole entire Pacific Fleet. And he's the one that covered us all up and allowed me and my ohana, my home island, and many of our Hawaii military community, present and past, to be poisoned. And right now, the Navy is winning. Anyways, what I came here to say about the Aina, sorry.
Please wrap it up.
I'm going to wrap it up. It's haunted. I know all the paranormal stories of our military bases, so does Sister Lori. And especially with me taking care of the Pearl City Peninsula Navy housing for several years, I have helped even your soldiers get their home cleansed and blessed and understood why they're seeing Hawaiian spirits. Because, and I've seen them working on Hickam, Fort Island, and Pearl Harbor recent years, because they know your intentions, Pentagon and Sir and Ma'am. They know your folks' intentions, the Aina, because they're still buried, they're still laid to rest under all your folks' land, inside that toxic soil. So they come up to hunt respectfully, to remind our Hawaii military community and you all, they're still around and they want their lands back. They want it returned to the proper hands, not to the state of Hawaii. Hell no. Do not give it to the sleepwalking Hawaiians, sorry. Hundreds of family out here. But for real, I was a sleepwalking Hawaiian too, until I became a Navy wife. Please donate these lands back to the Hawaiian people here, especially just like the ones that take care of Makua Valley, just like the ones that have been protecting me with the Red Hill. Please donate it back to them. Because I know in my heart, this is why I was led there through my dream, through my sleep, when we were stationed, Navy Station in San Diego. I'm going to wrap it up, Kehao, I'm sorry. When we were Navy stationed in San Diego after Japan, I had a dream when my husband was eligible. He was worldwide deployable because he had open heart surgery in January 2015 in San Diego. And the Navy said, wow, you're healing fast. And that's when the dreams came. Soon as his detailer told us we can either get Europe, back to Japan, or Hawaii. And we got Hawaii for August 2015. And that's when the dreams came for me to move into Pearl City Peninsula. I mean, ironic, my Hawaiian middle name, named by my godmother, godfather, Hawaiian, Momilani, which represents Pearl Harbor Bay, Pu'uloa, Vaimomi, and I live right along it. It's meant for me to take care of Pearl City Peninsula. And not just that, continue being the voice to the Hawaii military community about the proper Hawaii history, about what the military continues to do to us, and how we cannot trust the tap water. So, sir, sorry. That's basically what I'm saying, Pentagon and you all. Just please donate back the lands. Never mind the state of Hawaii. Please. I was meant to be a Navy wife, to be a voice for a reason, and I'm not going to give up. And I know this is it. This is also it, too. Maybe you folks will be the new torch for, because the Navy is going to be next. They're going to be asking for all their lands, too, even Kapukaki, Red Hill. I don't want any of them to own or land title any of these lands. So please donate it back. You guys got a lot of vacant lands. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. 248.
Mahalo. He's really good at cleaning, isn't he? All right. I just want to say, you know, a lot of us, we blame the Army, yeah? But a lot of us, we work for the state of Hawaii, too. We work for the federal government, right? So we are sellouts ourselves, right? So I want you to come up here dissing the flag that my comrades died for, okay? Got it? Yeah. Air Force. All they do is fly planes and around. All right, enough of that. Sir, were you here during the Lahaina fires? And ma'am? Okay, that's even worse. Now, the point I want to make today is that why, during those fires, 12,000 people were displaced, and the Army just sat here training, while 102 people died. A whole ohanas were obliterated by the fire, and the entire city gone. Why was the Army, Wheeler, and Army Garrison and Shafter just sitting on their asses or out there in the jungle running around playing war while people are dying in Lahaina? Whole city burning down. The only thing that saved them was Kanaloa, the ocean. We are sick of the U.S. military. I am. I'm sick of it too. All we are is hostages. We're all hostages here. All us native peoples, the Micronesians, nuclear hostages. Nuclear! Radioactive, you are the worst one. You are the biggest traitor. I worked for a task force commander in Afghanistan. I know what their provost marshal comes in and reports to them every day. Every little crime that happens, all the rapes, all the barracks rapes, all the crime, all the domestic violence complaints, all come to him and her. We'll come to her. Do you work those? Do you schedule his calendar? No, so you have no idea, do you? During COVID, we stopped training, though. When it's our backs, when it's us, when it's our soldiers, yeah, we're going to stop training. We're going to stop training. We'll stay in our house, put our mask on, be good, right? But when you have people dying in our neighbor island, we all just sat over here. Whose call was that, sir? Was it yours, right? Not your fault. Nothing's your fault. That's the shit I'm talking about. You guys, everybody here, you all have to take responsibility. What is Pono, what is not? Is it a lawful order or is it not? That's what it comes down to. Is it lawful for the United States military, for the state of Hawaii to be here, for America to even be on this island? Is it a lawful order? You think about that because it's a war crime. Don't forget it.
Thank you. 249.
Aloha nui loa aloha nui loa kako. Pardon me, when in Rome, I gotta act like the Romans. Hey, mahalo. Okay, so I came here just because of the sole executive agreements made between President Grover Cleveland and Queen Lily Uokalani. We got them right here. I don't know if the camera can see, but if you support the permanent deoccupation of the Hawaiian Kingdom, will you please stand and make some noise in this room? Hey, mahalo, mahalo. So, I have good news because one of the most experienced warriors the United States military ever had, Smedley Darlington Butler, this is him. He wrote the book War is a Racket, and he wrote a three-step process for totally smashing the war racket. We must take the profit out of war. Step 1. 2, we must permit the youth of the land who would bear arms to decide whether or not there should be a war. 3, we must limit our military forces to home defense purposes. I'm not only calling for an end to these leases, but I'm calling for an immediate ceasefire all over this archipelago, including Leilehua, including Makua, the whole 9 yards, the whole enchilada. We need an immediate deoccupation through the Pacific Command, through a military commission. That is the proper process, and I'm just here to ask for that, sir. And if you guys could send that to the highest office in the land, to the President of the United States, I would seriously appreciate a complete deoccupation through a military court. And the last thing, just some history. This is a picture of Abraham Lincoln and some of the Kamehameha dynasty. I don't know if you guys knew, but they're pen pals. These guys were writing letters to each other. 1861, around the time of Gettysburg, right here it says, this is from Abraham Lincoln to King Kamehameha V. He wrote, to a great and good friend of the Hawaiian Kingdom, and he addressed him as Your Majesty. It's legit. We gotta fix this, you guys. Mahalo no.
Good evening again, General.
Aloha Wahiawā. This is for you. Good evening, my fellow Americans. My name is Secretary Will Whitewash. It's good to know you. You know, I've been working so hard with the RIMPAC festivities. It's been fantastic working with our international partners on the permanent war agenda. You know, the only thing that's been amiss with RIMPAC this year is that our good friends from Israel have been here. And I tell you, we've been doing everything we can to show them good hospitality. But you know, in Washington, D.C., they're used to seeing the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side everywhere. They don't see that here in Hawaii. And I know we're here to talk about the leases. So I have a request. You know, if you're an American trying to pronounce Kawailoa-Poamoho. We can't pronounce that kind of thing. That's an impossible thing to say. So, assuming that we get these leases back, and of course that's what we want, we suggest a new name for these lands. How about New Israel? New Israel, just like there's New York, New Mexico, whatever it is. Let's rename it Israel so that when Israel is here, we can teach them how to bomb the land in the spirit of aloha. You know, whether they want to bomb a hospital or bomb a university or bomb a refugee camp, right? We can teach them how to do that in the spirit of Malama'ena. That's what this place is all about. I know my time is limited. The military brings so many economic benefits to this community, especially the small mom and pops like Boeing, like Raytheon, like Lockheed. And I'm so pleased to have my good friend here, Jennifer Lockheed, to speak right after me. But God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Secretary. 251. Oh, thank you.
Howdy doody, y'all. I am Jennifer Lockheed, heir to the Lockheed Empire. And I am just delighted to be here to share with you the tremendous benefits of military presence in Hawaii, especially to my bank account. The U.S. military isn't about protecting freedom and democracy. It's about ensuring the steady flow of cash to defense contractors like my family business, Lockheed Martin. Every time a bomb drops or a jet takes off, we're making money, and boy, do we love that roaring sound. It's the sound of profit. Cha-ching. Just listening to Navy Secretary Whitewash mention Israel, my other most frequent buyer of weapons of annihilation, and the permanent war agenda, that's music to my ears. Permanent war means permanent profits. Just the continuing opportunities to make cash money. My cup overfloweth. Okay, so I know some of you are upset about the genocide, pollution, destruction of sacred lands, irreparably poisoned aquifers, but think of the bigger picture. The wealth and luxury lifestyles of the rich and powerful. Your sacrifices keep the Lockheed, Raytheon, and Boeing empires doing so well and thriving. Did you hear that Lockheed Martin got sued for overcharging the Navy? A $70 million settlement. I'm not stressing on pennies, though. We have billions. Lawsuits are just the cost of doing business. And countering negativity is easy with deep pockets and influential puppets. We can spin any story to sound like we're the good guys. So let's keep the military right where it is. And thank you, Hawaii, for keeping it so friendly to the military, which is the most healthy sales environment to us. And your poor working class soldiers who enlisted for the only avenue for free healthcare and a college education might be fighting for a living, but we're making a killing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockheed. 252. 252. She was 251. I think you were 25. Perfect. Yep. $253 will be next.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Lori Halemano. I was born and raised here in Wahiawā, moved away at age 26. Although I've been living outside of Wahiawā for almost 30 years, I felt the need to be here because this is my home and always will be home for me. We still have ohana here. I still have ohana land here where 6 generations of my ohana were literally born in the same houses on our property. As a child, we grew up hearing bombs, cannons, grenades, and large caliber guns going off. It was normal to us. Yet there is nothing normal about hearing extremely loud explosions at all hours of the day and night while you are trying to sleep the explosions scaring babies and pets and the elderly. I now live on the other side of the mountain in Waikele, but I can still hear the loud explosions from that far away, as can some of my friends in Waianae who are even farther over on the other side of the mountain. My grandfather was in the Army and served in Vietnam. As a young child, I remember how much the explosions at Schofield would rattle him. His PTSD was extreme, and I remember seeing him get on the ground and cover himself when he heard the explosions. I'm sure a lot of other retired veterans in Wahiawā and the surrounding communities also still deal with PTSD, and I can't imagine how horrible it must be for them to have to hear the loud explosions even after retiring from the military. I worked for a company called Native Hawaiian Veterans, and I worked on a project for our subsidiary company called Mālama Aina, which means to take care of the land. I was a project manager in charge of ensuring that the unexploded ordinances at Pohakuloa, Kahuku, and Waikoloa were removed and cleaned up. I worked alongside with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to get the cleanup done. Well over $30 million has been spent on the cleanups and is still an ongoing task until today. People are still finding UXOs across the island, including at Makua, Kolekole, and on Schofield and other areas across the island. I am a direct lineal descendant of Halemano. I'm able to trace it back 11 generations, and I'm speaking tonight because I want to ensure the protection of this Aina for 11 more generations and beyond. Halemano Ahu Pua'a spans, from my knowledge, Waialua, all the way from Waialua up to Poamoho, up to Waianae Uka, all the way out to Honouliuli, which is Kunia and the Ewa Plains. It is the largest span of land in the district here on the island of Oʻahu. Being a former Navy spouse of 14 years myself, I understand the importance of the military presence here in Hawaii due to its strategic location in the Pacific. However, the U.S. Armed Forces are visitors in our home. We are the host culture, and you are our guests. It's a privilege for the military to be here on our Aina. We as a people are connected to the Aina. We are the Aina. Our state motto is Ua mau ke ea o ka Aina I ka pono, which translates into the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. What the military has been doing to our Aina is far from righteous. It isn't preserving the life of the land, it is destroying it.
Lori, if you could wrap it up, please. Thanks.
$1 to lease thousands of acres of land which are being used to desecrate and destroy sacred lands, all while our own people are houseless and without any land. Just take a look around this community in Wahiawā and you'll see how many homeless people we have. Part of the military's mission is to serve and protect the people, but what's being done here in Hawaii is actually hurting our people. The same has been done to the people of Guam and the Confederated States of Micronesia, who are suffering with long-term effects of the damage that the military has done to their people. We are living human beings and don't deserve to be poisoned, ignored, and forced to leave our homeland. Just as it is the military duty to serve and protect us, it is also our kuleana to serve and protect our land. I hope that you will take into account all of these people's testimony and consider ending the leases for Kahuku, Poamoho, and Makua. The military already has enough of our prime land, and we want our Aina back.
Mahalo. Thank you, Lori. 253.
Aloha ahiahi kako. Aloha ahiahi kako. My name is Ali Rosette. I am from Kawailoa-Poamoho. My family now reside in Wahiawā. I'm a kumualelo Hawaiʻi. And I'm not Hawaiian. I'm Okinawan Mexican. But I'm a proud mother of 4 Hawaiian keiki. And I'm trying to do my best to the lahui. I'm here to ho'oulu lahui. Anyways, Only with him though, sorry, that was not an invitation. As my fellow mama friend Malia said, it's unfortunate that this is the type of family outing that we have these days, but I have brought almost every one of my keiki up to the podium to speak on behalf of what I believe is the pono way to go about malamaing this place that we call home. I just want to say that in the past, I want to tell this mo'olelo for the women in the audience, because over the past few months, I've had the great privilege of being able to hike into the back of Makua Valley. In the back of that valley, after you've hiked hours and hours, there is a haleopapa. It's a traditional place of healing for women. It hurts me to drive through Waianae to go to that place, knowing that it will probably take a lifetime for all of the wahine who live in Waianae and on that coast to be able to go there for healing. But as a kumu, I've made it my job, my mission, to make sure that I bring my haumana back there and that they tell their ohana, because it's really for the people of Waianae, first and foremost. When we heal our women, we can heal our children, we can heal our men. I believe that that's honestly what the lahui needs. And it's sad and laughable to me that the so-called archaeologists and experts who work for the Army, who take us and escort us like they're welcoming us into their home, have no idea, absolutely zero clue of why that place is special. They're asking us, oh, try tell us what that ki'ipohaku means. Do you guys know? I'm like, what are you doing back here? You cannot pick up a book. You cannot read about ki'ipohaku. You don't know what a haleopapa is. And so I want to see my haumana. I want to see Native Hawaiian keiki getting those jobs, if anything, to be the ones who speak for their aina, not the military. All I want to say, I'm sorry, I'm here because I want my children to always feel that they can live here. I never want them to feel that they have to leave Hawaii, and the occupation of the Army poses and obstructs that vision that my husband and I have for our keiki. Particularly, specifically the rimpak, the fisheries, how is that gonna affect the ability, if our keiki live here, how will they eat and how will they stay healthy for generations to come? I'm sorry, Irene Ka'el Ni'el Maynard. She is the great-grandmother of these keiki here. She was a member of Kalahui, Hawaii, and today would have been her 90th birthday. In 1983, 41 years ago, she was evicted from Makua Valley Beach. And luckily, we have a recording of her saying that she believed in the akamai of our keiki, of our future generations, that she believed that they would stand up for this place. And so I just want to say that this here is for Tutu, Grandma Hawaii, and also I just want to end with, I hope that we don't have to continue doing this. I hope that my keiki, as they have their keiki, will not have to continue attending these meetings. But if they do, I just want to say that my grandmother, who's Okinawan, just is about to celebrate being 100 years old. So that is running through their genes. So we will see you over the next 100 years. I promise you that.
Mahalo. 254. Uncle, are you 254? Matt, is he 254? Okay. Okay.
How's it, everybody?
Aloha.
The brother was up here asking for the treaty. This treaty is in your national archives, Kauikeoli's treaty, your supreme law of the land, U.S. Constitution. You took an oath to it. Treaty of friendship. Brother went and asked for him. I bought the treaty. I don't want to go any further because there's 700 Indian treaties across the U.S. You guys lost the boat case and all the other casinos and the gaming and the hunting and the fishing and the land rights. I just got back from Seattle talking to some legal counsel up there. The direction is the treaty. You guys got to honor the treaty. You guys broke the treaty with a full-scale invasion in 1893. USS Boston in the harbor. Your troops at Ali'iolani Palace. Iolani Palace, all your 50 overthrow guys standing on the palace. The only way you guys got this, you guys had the Boston out there because 8 years later, you guys went down to Samoa with the Boston and the Massachusetts and the Olympia, and you guys went kill almost 80,000 Samoans. Went to the Philippines, another 30,000, so 80,000 Filipinos. Next thing. You guys gotta go over your treaties. I think the Latin word is pacta sunt servanda. Francis Boyle came over here and he explained things in 1991. Obey the treaties. Lastly, you guys get the mahele. You guys know what the mahele is. This is the mahele. Kauikeoli, on page 224 and page 225 of this mahele, is his private lands and his Hawaiian government lands. I look at your fact sheet, and you guys say this thing belongs to the state. In any title abstract, when you buy property, any title abstract out there, it starts from the beginning of when the title is registered and documented. These have numbers. Even in the mahele, they have numbers. Even in the apanas, the Land Commission Awards. It's not the Land Court Awards, it's the Land Commission Awards. Also, the Palapala Silanuis that are in there get number in there. And once you get numbers, they're registered. They're also, those two, Apana and the Apana and the Palapala Silanui, they are what they call the prima facie. These are land titles. They're superior land titles. So I'm just going to ask you, where you guys title? You guys name not in the mahele. Kamehameha, his heirs and successors. So when you guys get your name in the mahele, you let me know where stay in this mahele. Because it doesn't say U.S. Army. It doesn't say Air Force. And maybe you guys got to go look for Edward Snowden. Aloha.
Thank you very much. 255. Is that you coming up? Is he just? Okay. Thank you. Please state your name.
Name's Tony Waniz. I am Hawaiian as it can be. I think Uncle has the documents. Enough said. The military, to me, came here to steal, kill, and destroy. 4 generations of playing in the mountains from Kahuku, East Range, Mililani, all over the island. I'm very involved here from Mauka to Makai. And you guys have done nothing for us, which you've heard many a times. So that person who is looking at me in the camera, is that your boss? Looking at me in the camera? Who's looking at me in the camera? Anybody from the state representative that are here that can help us out? Is there anyone from the state or the city? I feel like we don't have any support, and there's so much on my heart that I could say, but a lot of it has already been spoken to you guys, and we just need our land back. Uncle's got the documents. It just hurts my heart. Generations and generations to come and to enjoy our land. You guys, it's all your fault. All your fault. That you showed up and there went Pearl Harbor. My dad was a little boy, born and raised Papakolea. He was up on the roof watching Pearl Harbor get bombed. It's really sad that you military, U.S. military, what you guys are doing worldwide, let alone come to our little Aina and just destroy it. The pollution that you guys leave out in the mountains is beyond description. You do not even know. I've been in these mountains longer than you. I've been in this ocean longer than you. And I know you know that. And you guys have no respect for it, zero respect. Because we know. All the invasive problems that happens up there and your studies, there's no evidence. Because all the pollution is out there, from the landscape to our dirt. You guys are ruining it. And if we don't stop you, our generations to come are not going to enjoy it. They're not going to have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 256. State your name, please.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
My name is Kylie Akiona, born and raised in Kipapa, known as Mililani, right next to Kipapa Gulch, where we also suffer the house-trembling booms and gunfire from your colonial exercises. I am Kanaka Oiwi, Filipino, a descendant of veterans, and like all of us, I perpetually refuse your presence here. It's hard just to stand here and think about how you have been able to lease stolen Native Hawaiian lands for $1 when our people are sleeping in the streets, houses in their own home, in the ground in Po, without ever being selected from an endless wait list, while you and your other settler pawns of the U.S. empire freely flock into houses on your bases and into our hometowns. I'm standing here today with my fellow Aloha Aina and allies to tell you that we will not accept our land being occupied any longer. You will keep hearing from us and seeing us until you return what is never yours and has never been yours. We will not stand down until we take our land back for ourselves. We will continue to show up meeting after meeting and generation after generation until we are all free from your empire, not just here in Hawaii, but in Palestine, Guam, Puerto Rico, Philippines, Turtle Island, across the Pacific and beyond. We are not happy natives, and you are not in America. We are done with your military exercises, your RIMPAC, your fate state government, your extreme violence against our lands, waters, and bodies. We demand a future where your oppression and poison waters are not normal, where we can once again freely steward Poamoho, Makua, Kahuku, and all of the lands that you temporarily occupy. Your simple existence, sitting there at that table in your uniforms, bearing your genocidal flag, having us beg for our genealogical land back, is a violence that we do not accept. I mahalo everyone that shared their mana'o tonight, except for that one fucker. And I echo your thoughts and your sentiments. End the leases and deoccupy Hawaii now. Mahalo.
Two, 5, 7. Two, 5, 7. Okay. 2, 5, 8. Two, 5, 7. Okay. Please state your name. Thank you.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
Dandre ko'u inoa. So I wanted to introduce myself in a little as an acknowledgement of where we stand today. We are in the Kingdom of Hawaii. Surrounded by natives, descendants, and allies that are fighting against the U.S. and their military forces' unjust occupation of these islands. This process that we are going through right here is something that I don't really have the words for, because it doesn't feel as if something that's thorough or genuine. Actions are how you show that you care. That's something that, from the testimonies of everybody before me, that's something that is very well documented. Y'all have never practiced malama here in Hawaii. And you may prey on the ignorance of those that don't know better, but those are just minds waiting to be taught. As is clear from everybody that does know, the choice is obviously no. No to the military leases. Aiole to the occupation of Hawaii. Y'all could get away, but you will not get away with it. The people, we are organizing. We are here, we are present, and when we stand together, y'all don't stand a chance against us. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you. 258. 259 will be next.
Aloha e nā kanaka pau, e nā kanaka oiwi, e nā kanaka maoli. Aloha. Okay. Aloha, I'm Avapui Chanel Kala Uli Robinson. And in my previous testimony for Makua, I was claiming my Kala Uli name. Well, Akua must have had a plan for you, that they wanted to bring in my Robinson last name. Who knows, maybe it's coincidence, Maybe it's meant to shake some tea leaves. The land that the military is operating on in Poamoho was given to James Robinson. Sorry, I don't like him, for the record. By Kamehameha III, it's in the EIS page number 73, grant number 973. When we see these types of coincidences, we call it ike from Akua. Prior to the Robinsons, it was government lands which would go back to the crown, and before it goes to the military, it would go back to the native Hawaiian people. They use our royal patents to sell properties, to designate land divisions, take our EV and take our identity. They just changed the name to tax map key. Martin Luther King said, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. This is a letter between William Little Lee to his friend Caroline in 1849. Who is William Little Lee? For everybody who doesn't know, that's Charlie Reed Bishop's best friend. They came together on the Henry in 1846. He became a Supreme Court judge in the Kingdom of Hawaii. This is what he writes about us to his friend in 1849. He said, this nation will soon pass away and give place to the more sturdy Saxon. The white man with his civilization seems to carry effeminacy and death into every savage nation he visits. Depopulation is at work throughout Polynesia. William Little Lee became a judge, and I think he judged us all by depopulating our Kanaka every single day. I want to hold space for Kanaka Maoli in this room to say, never give up, never back down, because even if they tell us our kingdom doesn't exist, we are walking, breathing reflections of our koko. I think I can speak for everyone in this room and say, enough. We don't want you here. We oppose every continuation of any kind of occupation of our Hawaiian kingdom. Give our people hope. Let us go to bed just one night with peace in our pu'uvai. That's your heart. Aloha no.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. 259. 259.
Aloha no. O manana ki aloha Pasquale ko o inoa he kupa no wau mai ka ino o Maui. I'm here for my Oʻahu ohana and stand in strong opposition to the lease renewals and instead vote for a no renewal alternative. I was invited into Makua with a Hawaiian language class with Kumu Auli where a tour was led by the military officials. These military officials nonchalantly led us to walk all over the sites in a manner that very clearly showed their ignorance in preservation and lack of qualification to steward these areas. At one of the sites, we were surrounded by trees scorched by the fires of aerial ordnance dropped by military aircrafts to simulate the mass killings in the name of global terrorism. These games that you call them, war games, each one of them an environmental disaster in itself that torches and furthers the endangerment and extinction of our flora and fauna. The land is left riddled with pollutions of fuel, poisons, and unexploded ordnance, and the remnants of exploded ordnance too. It's bad enough to be the standing military force of the illegally occupying American colony, but you also leave our agricultural lands inaccessibly devastated in an effort to force our participation in American consumerism. The government has acknowledged the existence of a Hawaiian sovereign entity before. This is from the definition of Kaho'olawe in Wiki Dictionary. This is from the 1993 Hawaii State Legislature passed Chapter 6K Hawaii Revised Statutes, which states, upon its return to the state, the resources and waters of Kaho'olawe shall be held in trust as part of the public land trust, provided that the state shall transfer management and control of the island and its waters to a sovereign native Hawaiian entity upon its recognition by the United States and the state of Hawaii. Now, with that being said, the fake state of Hawaii has no jurisdiction to renew American military leases on the Crown lands that were seized by the colonial government. The power resides with the aforementioned sovereign Hawaiian entity. Aloha.
Mahalo. Good job. Thank you. 260. 260.
Ano ai ke aloha kākou, o Kawailoa ke ali'i kili ka puni ko inoa. No nā hoa pi'ilani mai au, mai ka ua pe'e po haku ha me kamakani moa e, a me kamakani ka ili aloha. My name is Kawailoa ke ali'i ka puni. I am from the bays of Pi'ilani and the rains and winds of eastern Kaupo and Kipahulu, both of which form the Wahipana and Wawakula of Haleakala, a mauna that just 1 month ago faced a very similar threat to Makua Valley, that being the presence of the military who from its outset have profited from the rape, prostitution, and ultimate desecration of Aina, Wahine, Mahu, and the collective memory loss of Kanaka Oiwi and our indigenous relatives. This evening, I stand with this law hui to reject any proposal that attempts to renew the lease of these violences of your illegal, belligerent activity in Makua, and for that matter, every single one of our kingdom lands. Mahalo. Now, for nearly a year, I've been the student archivist for the Marion Kelly Collection, an anthropologist whose work that you refuse to put on the public record in my hands right now, because its summary and conclusions from over 50 years ago clearly stated that the Army must clean up and vacate our sacred Makua Valley, because within that time, you proved yourself to be incapable and apparently incoherent to the principle of consent. That is, when we say no, it means no. Not ask again. Try another mauna, or altogether strip our bodies from violence and autonomy and proceed anyway. Inarguably, no means no. Let me be duly clear that this aina, our bodies, our mo'olelo, are not yours to make a decision over. You are occupiers of the Kingdom of Hawaiʻi, a fraudulent institution that systematically benefits from our land and waters that not only are not yours, but that you know nothing about and wish to know nothing about. While you benefit from military housing on our lands, think about the countless waves of our people that have gone houseless and that have been forced to move away in search of stability that should be inherent on our aina. Ko kako o nehanau. Listen to me. When we have been saying, pack up your weapons, your war machine, your ignorant military soldiers that for decades have had the audacity to ask our aina the following questions. Can we, the Imperial U.S. Navy, rearrange the gut of your aina and replace it with famine just one more time? Can we exploit and extract your aina, leaving it desolate of blood? Vai. Colonizer, tell me, what of your presence speaks at all to the protection of our aina when it solely appears as desecration? What of your science speaks to an unbreakable pilina that allows you to speak, listen, and act in the language of aina, of ho'ailona? Colonizer, tell me, what of your military and national defense possesses the backbone to truly protect millions over a millennia, sustainably and abundantly, just like the kupuna of Kanaka Oiwi and Moana Nui Akea have done? What of your EIS speaks to the accurate information when it does not include the culture of intergenerational slices and scars that you have left on our bodies? Colonizer, tell me, when have you ever not had blood on your hands? So wake up and start listening with your body, not just your ears, that we say no, no renewal of leases, no military presence on our precious lands, a ole apuka aina of our sacred Wahipana. Oia valeno.
$261. Stephen, are you 261? Okay. 261? Okay. And then 262 will be up next.
Hello, my name is
Aloha.
Austin Jonathan. I am from Kapolei, Makihilo. So I'm here in opposition of the leased lands by the state to the federal government. The federal government already has enough land to exercise its missions. If you think about it, what are the wars that you're trying to face? You're trying to face wars on small islands in the Pacific, right? That's where you're looking at. Narrow your search. Narrow down what you're operating. That will help you better. Also, you're talking about helicopter training. I'm a commercial pilot. I know that the MOAs and the restricted areas, it's fine if somebody lives down there. You don't need to own that land to operate your helicopters there. So I believe that the reason why that the state, they're just passing it through. They're giving it to you to make the decision. The reason why is because they want the federal money. I think all of us here are fine not having the federal money. So please just use the land that you have, and we'll talk about taking that land back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 262.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
Biali no chime. Hello, everyone. My name is David Nestal. I vehemently oppose the renewal of the lease, and I oppose all illegal U.S. presence in Hawaii. I am a displaced son of the Xinca people. We are the original caretakers of the lands of Jutiapa, Jalapa, Cuilapa, and Santa Rosa, Guatemala. My ancestors' bones are buried there. I am born and raised on Ohlone lands, currently known as San Francisco, California, and I have lived in Honolulu for the last 14 years. I am here tonight to stand in solidarity with my Kanaka Maoli relatives because I, my family, my community, my ancestors have been subjected to the violence enacted by the U.S. war machine. The civil war in Guatemala that carried on from the mid-1960s to the mid-1990s unleashed a genocide known to some as the silent genocide, where over 200,000 indigenous Maya, Xinca, Garifuna, and Nawa peoples were killed, murdered. The U.S. military backed the civil war both monetarily and through training the Guatemalan military to enact these harms that continued the onslaught against my people. And because of this, I cannot stay silent. From Guatemala to Ohlone lands to Hawaii, the U.S. continues to enact this violence on the people and the land. Having served as a social worker and now as an educator, I am well aware of the injustices and health disparities that are directly correlated to the illegal occupation that began 131 years ago. The U.S. military has historically and currently displaced Kanaka Maoli, indigenous peoples of the Pacifica, poor folks, due to their illegal use of the land. That is the operative word, illegal. The U.S. is in violation of all human rights, international law, because these islands do not belong to the U.S. It is illegally occupied, and the U.S. continues to cause ecocide, genocide, as their modus operandi. It is imperative that the U.S. military leave Oʻahu, leave these islands, and leave every occupied place that it continues to cause its harm and is illegally occupying and devastating the people of this land. Those signs out there, they're full of deceit, they're full of lies, and they show the way that the U.S. wants to commodify and extort and exploit all the people that they continue to harm. So free the land and free the people.
Mahalo nui. 263. Hey, I have those same pants. Those are lovely. And then 264 after.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
I'm Makanalani Gomes, a native Hawaiian and Filipino woman. I'm a kama a Waipio Alua, a child of Waipio Oʻahu, the adjacent Ahu Pua'a or land division, hugging and embracing up against the sacred Wahiawā. We share our water sources, and I am a descendant of fresh water and therefore a water protector and a land defender, especially to the places and waters that have raised and fed me and my ohana since time immemorial. As a core member of a firm Hawaii and one of 3 Kanaka Wahine serving on the murdered missing Native Hawaiian women, girls, and Mahu report, I am here to be the vessel to say no for so many who cannot or could not. AFFIRM is a transnational feminist organization where Native, Black, and immigrant women unite to fight against imperialism and colonization. In AFFIRM, we believe that dismantling patriarchy must be at the heart of this struggle if we are ever to truly address these oppressive systems, because we know all too well that where the land is plundered, resources extracted and poisoned, the women and feminine relatives are decimated as well. Dismantling patriarchy means the end to the abusive, extractive relationship that the so-called United States forced upon Hawaii by way of the military. For 131 years, Hawaii has been in a non-consenting, inhumane relationship with a so-called US. Can you imagine what it's like to be in a forced, intimate relationship with the most heinous abuser on this planet? The rape of both place and people coincide, and it is palpable as we see our Palestinian relatives facing what we know could one day be our own fate. The mental warfare is ringing out not only in our hearts and our minds, but through the vibrations of our land and our waters. The poison is not only on the surface of bombs and explosives, but in the depths of our skin, in the vessels of our souls, and we say no more. As a result of this non-consensual relationship, our people have met the same fate as our Aina, especially our Native Hawaiian women, girls, and mahu, those closest in an embodiment to Earth Mother, have endured the brunt of the physical abuse. From part 1 of the MMH and HWGM report, 38% of those arrested for soliciting sex from a 13-year-old online through Operation Keiki Shield are active duty military personnel. 13 years old. Think of your 13-year-old self. Think of a 13-year-old you love and care for. 13 years old. Because for Indigenous women, girls, mahu, two-spirit folks, and our relatives, these are more than just statistics, but a shared reality empowered by colonization, upheld by the military, and the rape culture it glorifies. We would be remiss if we did not acknowledge all of our sisters and relatives who were murdered and those still missing by these very systems of violence. We honor them and their families today and every day by continuing to dismantle these structures that do not honor and revere the divine feminine. We honor when we reclaim, we restore and heal what has always been sacred. As our land is seen as idyllic paradise for mere enjoyment and pleasure, so too are our bodies. On the continent, we see this in casinos and man camps. Here in Hawaii, it's on the streets of Waikiki, where the average profile of a missing Native Hawaiian is a 15-year-old girl in Waikiki. The military contributes to the sexual exploitation of women, children, and trans folks. The military is a breeding ground for sex buyers and tourism, and RIMPAC provides these breeding grounds for it. Enough is enough. End the leases, end the extraction and exploitation of land, water, oceans, and kanaka. We are here to say a'ole. No to our land, no to our bodies, no for every sister, every relative, every piece of land and water that couldn't say no. A'ole, women and land not for conquest, land back, bodies back, moana back, no more stolen relatives, cancel RIMPAC, end the leases, demilitarize now.
Mahalo. 264. 264. Are you leaving? Okay.
Wahiawā, kuli vale kuli kamalino, la lo o Wahiawā. Aloha mai, o kamele o pu'uwai, ma'alo. Whew! Aloha e ku'ulahui. So excited to be here with all of you. Unfortunate though, right? I'm here today as a kanaka oiwi and a kia iloko, a kumu, in the ahupua'a of Kawailoa in the moku of Wailua. I hope that this is not a performative hearing or part of just making us feel heard, that anybody who is watching, whoever makes decisions, that you hear us, you hear our pain, you hear our ancestors' pain, you feel our grief along with us. Yeah, that's the only way we make connection is when we feel each other. Okay? All of these testimonies contribute to a genealogy of resistance. We have been here, we have always been here, we will forever be here. And I am in opposition of renewing these leases, and the following reasons are snippets of a poem I wrote after a really, really awful discussion with the military man. Your uniform flashes through my mind with the voices of my kupuna screaming and chanting. Your boots stomped through our streets, your eyes envisioned a takeover. Your lips feast on our bodies until you're satiated. Your tongues are daggers to my Kanaka spirit. Your sonar disrupts our sea life. Your artillery practice bullets through our mountainsides. Your helicopter blades warp the air that my keiki learn in. Your waste pollutes the water systems I am responsible for maintaining, and we can feel the earth shake as your tanks shove dust down our throats. We've protested you, tears burning holes in our cheeks, watching as you desecrate our homes for $1 a year. You have transformed Haumea's beautiful figure from lush forests to paved battle wounds, and singing birds to blaring horns. Instead of loko'i'a, we have battleships. Instead of a thriving ecosystem, we have thriving militarism, illegal overthrow, and a treaty. Wait a second. I think a treaty is an agreement to be willfully signed by both parties, but you put guns to our heads and illegally imprisoned our queen. So when I told you I won't date a military man, I was trying to tell you that my bones shake and my ancestors' bloods bleed into the scars of our aina, that it is culturally and ancestrally traumatizing to have this sacred body in the hands of people who have to look up the definition for that word. Yet you give me the definition of trauma, and your eyes brand red, white, and blue on my breast, while you hiss that you're different and put your hand over your heart and sing the Star-Spangled Banner. So I tell you what it's like to be the sexually objectified product crafted as a commodity for this chaotic and capitalistic community that feeds the militarism in Hawaii. Your presence is harmful to us, our past elders, our future pua, our steadfast aina, our sacred creatures, and our connection to our piko. So, ole military in our backyards, we are still here. We have always been here, and we are not going anywhere. And so for the la hui, Hawaii loa kuli ke kako, kupa ame kaluka hie, kupa ame na vivale. Oni pa kako, oni pa kako, alana kilana.
Mahalo. Number 265. I know, is Uncle Liko still here? Right on, Uncle Liko.
I'm not that short. Amen to that. Aloha kako. Maayong gabi sa inyong tanan. That's the language of my mother. My name is Darlene Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Mililani, born and raised here in Hawaii, in Wahiawā. I am also a Gold Star family member. My cousin was killed in Iraq, and she is an alumni of this school. I work and worship at a church nearby. The leases to the U.S. Army should not be renewed due to the following reasons. Hey, did you guys know Wahiawā was in the Guinness Book of World Record? I learned this when I was like 8. Most churches on California Avenue. Kind of unreal. The thing is, we would not go into any of these other sacred and religious places of worship and have target practice, leave toxins and pollutions, harm the neighbors around the places with noise and all that other kind of stuff that all these people have talked about. I have had the privilege and blessing to have visited the Oʻahu and sacred sites at Makua, and the idea that these important religious sites are bombed and then fenced off from people who deserve to be there greatly offends me and my Christian spirit and soul. It harms my well-being as a Kiki o Ka'aina. And I truly believe, we heard the words illegal. I want to tell you this is sinful. I'm going to use the word of colonization. How shame. I am a member of the United Methodist Church, which is a worldwide church with millions of members, and it has recently recognized its responsibility for causing harm in Hawaii and its participation in the illegal overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani. In April, it apologized to the indigenous people of Hawaii for the oppression and continued harm that Christianity has fraught in Hawaii. It's time that the U.S. military also does the same. And I look at you and those in the camera. Do you have the moral courage and bravery that you have on the battlefield to do what's right? Can you look past your duty and truly look at what's around you and listen deeply to the people of this community? Do not renew the lease, clean up the mess that you have made, and leave this place. I just want to say lastly that our well-being in Hawaii and in this town is not dependent on the presence of the U.S. military here. That is a false narrative, much like the narrative that Christianity is the only way to the sacred and the divine. Do not use that excuse to keep bombing places here. That is sinful and unchristian. Do not get comfortable. You are the visitors. You do not have an automatic subscription to the AINA. Clean up the messes that you've made and leave this place. And always the people of this land have the last say.
Mahalo nui. 266.
Aloha. My name is Shelly Muneoka. Velina mai kākou. Mahalo for the opportunity for us to energize each other, as these hearings only make us stronger. After many hours of testimony this week, I hope you can feel the impact that 60 years of Army occupation of our AINA has had. This DEIS, in all of its 1,000 plus pages, does a piss poor job at capturing our rage, our heartbreak, our longing, our ferocity, our commitment to love, our refusal to forget these places. Since your EIS assumes that it will receive similar or the same lease terms moving forward, you must assume and document the continuation and exacerbation of these impacts. If this is how we feel after 60 years of restricted access, I shudder to imagine the grief after 130. Specific language I wanted to address in my paltry 2 minutes is from volume 3.2, appendix G, that says that the Army will clean up so long as it's not too complicated or too expensive. What kind of standard is that? That is unacceptable. And if it's beyond your capacity to clean it up, don't do it. That should be a non-negotiable. I support the no action alternative that allow the leases to expire. All other alternatives preserve the status quo to which Hawaiian land continues to be bombed, burned, littered, and polluted. This status quo is precisely what needs to be upended. As things stand, we are not able to provide for the basic necessities for the people of Hawaii: food, water, shelter are all in short supply. With the climate crisis intensifying the urgent need to refocus on building resilience locally. Training soldiers for war in distant lands does nothing to address any of these problems, nor the harm that training contributes to each. With a long and painful history of broken promises, like the ones made to evicted Makua residents that they'd be allowed to return home after World War II, the return of these lands is a concrete thing the Army can do to begin to make things right. If you allow these leases to lapse, you'll still control over 11,000 acres at these 3 training sites. While it may be an inconvenience to your training, the community has been more than inconvenienced by your occupation for 3 generations already, and it is time to shift that burden back. Instead of pursuing this path to retaining these leases, engage the community in a clean-up plan that will lead to the return of these lands to those who love them. The return of these aina are long overdue, and the time is now to give the land back.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui. 267. Kawila, is that you? Oh, wait.
Aloha again. I just wanted to thank for those that are wearing the palule moku'e 3 days in a row. Mahalo for wearing them. Yeah. Yeah, you. Okay. Ovao kawila shoden. Nohomai oka ava ko'olauloa. I just wanted to begin starting with Poamoho stream, the Kanawai, because water is divine. The vai is divine, right? Because we really need it. And we, as Kanaka Maoli, we value vai more than this, right? The kala, because we understand the essence of vai and its divinity. Okay, the next thing I want you to point out is, according to the Kayaka Bay Watershed Base Plan, there is a recent slope movement in the Poamoho stream canyons training that can affect these trails in the way the stream should flow properly. So with the training, the military training in Poamoho, please remember that specifically, tonight is about Poamoho for me, because I did my testimony for Makua Valley, and I already did my testimony for Kahuku training area, right? So I just want you to express that when you guys train near the Poamoho stream, a lot of things can happen because of the slope degradation. And I want you to point out that those white signs behind there where you guys say that you guys do this and that, I feel like it was a joke. I feel like I was looking at that and I was like, that's not what you guys do. That's not what you really do. Come on. Then I found an article dated November 6, 1999, or it was more like a blog about the trail clearers that would hike up Poamoho Trail, and they went to rebuild the Klein Memorial up there. And their people have a Sierra Club history. I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. They describe the wind being strong and describe the invasive species there. Lots of invasive species that they had to cut down. And they assumed that those invasive species came from the military. Another thing, continued training and combat training and on foot could cause further harm to those beautiful invasive species up there, which consists of Leilehua, Ahakea, Kopiko, Ala'a, Aka'ava, Koli'i, Alani, and Naupaka. And this is the Naupaka, the mountain Naupaka, yeah? Please protect the native species, our rights as gatherers, hunters, and Hawaiʻi who are trying to get rid of these invasive species and that are trying to get our land back and our beautiful flowers back and plants back and medicine back. And with you occupying over there, it creates a very uncomfortable and unsafe space. So U.S. military, you guys got to step in. E ha'alele oko, e olu olu.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui. 268.
to come up here and dabble you guys all with, my great Hawaiian this and that. But then I said, nah, because I'm very ashamed of how we act. Terrible. Terrible. Okay? Now, and here's why. Okay? And here's why. See this thing right here? How many people came up here and read off of this thing? A lot, right? And do you know what? Young Lieutenant Del Toro in Korea, they gave him one of these things. They said, you know what? You are going to travel 90 kilometers every day. You are going to use this to try and get around while everybody else is using a compass. Who brought that to us? The military. What is this today? Something you can't live without. Please, be mindful of the things that the military has given you, because they've given you and me a lot. The road you ride on tonight, guess what? Federal money. Okay? Oh, that airplane that you're going to go ride on to go visit your ohana, other islands? Federal people, right? DOD guys. You can grumble a lot, but you also got to look at the rest of it, which I know we are not doing. What I do have for you, though, is from last night, as we listened, okay, maybe there's a couple great things that we can use, but here's something that I really hope we're going to do, because Kurt Covella showed you the way last night, but how many of us are going to go do that? How many of us are going to go down to the Capitol, go make a piece of paper like this, a petition, right? Please do that. And the reason why is I've done that in my homestead, and it has been fruitful, okay? So please take the time to do some positive things also, because these guys is not the problem, okay? It's those guys, okay? You can start with Don Chan, you can start with the governor. Go knock on their doors. Aloha, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. 269. 269. Uncle Liko.
Aloha, mahalo, aloha.
Aloha, Uncle
Thank
Liko.
you. Aloha, Liko, kuawao, kai kui hewa. September 30th, Ala Moana Hotel, Secretary Lujan came to have a conference under the U.S. Public Law 99-239, Compact of Free Association Act. At that time, I stood before the body of these all Pacific nation states and shared the words of my kupuna teacher, who said to me, Liko, what you don't need in the Hawaiian Islands is a revolution. But you need to change a revolting situation where the United States is protecting the fraud. Okay. After last night and watching the last 2 nights, I got up this morning, I said, well, what else am I supposed to address? And Uhane told me, Liko, you address the process. Call it for what it is, because it is a fraud. Just this portion of the process is a war crime. And I'm going to qualify this. Apartheid is defined as a crime against humanity, committed in the context of an institutional regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over any other racial group or groups, and committed with the intention of maintaining that regime. The explanation by the United States for not signing and ratifying the 1973 convention was that we cannot accept that apartheid can in this manner be made a crime against humanity, because crimes against humanity are so grave in nature that they must be meticulously elaborated. And I would like to elaborate briefly what that means. On August 27th, the Senate They had a hearing on the apology bill. Okay? This is apartheid. This is what we're dealing with. Okay, in response to concerns expressed by a delegation returning from Bosnia, Senator Inouye rose and says, as I tried to convince my colleagues, this is a simple resolution of apology, to recognize the facts as they were 100 years ago. As to the matter of the status of Native Hawaiians, as my colleague from Washington knows, from the time of statehood, we have been in this debate. Are Native Hawaiians Native Americans? This resolution has nothing to do with that. This resolution does not touch upon the Hawaiian homelands. I can assure my colleagues of that. It appears, however, that the simple apology had everything to do with the Hawaiian homelands. And the question lingers, though, as to why Senator Inouye emphatically assured his colleagues as to what the apology would not do, and why then, in the aftermath of the passage of the 1993 measure, did the activities of ward healers aggressively pursue, in collusion with federal agency employees, including President Obama, political recognition for the beneficiaries under the apartheid race-based 1920 Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And this is how we put definition into, we have to know who we're being called and what is being put upon us. Okay? So, what can we do? So there's this, let me just get, okay,
Uncle,
so.
if you can please summarize.
That-
Thank you.
What can you do? You folks can really do something to address this process. And I'm asking you to get in touch with the Secretary of Interior, and because the National Preservation Act, under which you're processing, is under Title 16 U.S. Code Conservation, Part A Historic Preservation Programs, I would sincerely appreciate if you can sequester the Secretary of Interior to come to the Hawaiian Islands and qualify the programs, okay? This is a really serious thing because the state of Hawaii is the fraud. They're representing themselves as a state historic preservation officer, but they are not in compliance with Executive Proclamation 3309 of Dwight D. Eisenhower, requirement of equal footing, which requires the state of Hawaii, which they have very rarely done, is to comply with the revised laws of 1955 with respect to the civil codes of the Hawaiian Islands, so that the military here is following Geneva 4. This is what you can do. I know you can do this, and I'm going to put it in writing, as I've been putting it in writing for the last 7 years, and my mail seems to be getting interrupted. And that's what I said today. I had a notice. I'm going to include it in there because I know that you should do it and you can do it. Because the process is flawed. You have the fraudulent state of Hawaii, like I mentioned last night. This process, it could be good if you were following the right rules and putting the people who need to be in power, who have the power, who hold the interest, who are the nationals of this land. You can do this. And I've been communicating already with like I said, we're getting blocked. And I thought, maybe this is the time. Maybe you can bring it, instead of us being intercepted and a mail being intercepted, so we can't make things start to be pono. And I really sincerely, and I look forward to putting that, inserting in there. I thought I could get a signature tonight so that I could take that to maybe to the Congress and lay it before them. But I'm putting it in the record, because this will empower. This will empower, and this is what you can do, is empower the process. Thank you very much.
Mahalo nui, Uncle Liko. 270. 270.
Aloha.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
My name's Merania Kekaula. I'm from Kahuku. And my daughter and I were here tonight. She had to leave. But we're here to kōkua and tautoko our whānau ohana here in Wahiawā and support the decision to not renew military leases anywhere on Oʻahu or in Hawaii or wherever you're occupying, okay? One problem that these meetings have had so far is the process. Since when do you have a scoping meeting before you actually acquire the lease, which you don't even have yet? So why are we holding these scoping meetings? Because you're not following the Constitution, right? If you want a lease, there are certain laws you have to follow, certain procedures. This, yeah, it's illegal, what you're doing. And it's kind of trying to get things done through the back door, okay? So, number one, we should shut down, go home right now, because you're not supposed to have these scoping meetings for your DEIS. Am I correct? And as for going to see the mayor, or the governor, whoever it is, aren't you supposed to go through the legislature? They're the ones who have created the laws. I mean, you know, that mayor, he only has rights that come from the Charter of Honolulu. There's no rights there, not even to acquire Hawaiian lands. So it should go back to the people, not go back to the state, who are just as corrupt and big crooks as the federal government. Okay.
Can you please wrap
Another
it up?
thing is, yes, I'm wrapping it up. Another thing is that, and my point is, that you people cannot stop what's happening. Okay, I'll give you an example. Through your literature, through your false narratives, through your lies, you've created a situation where you're trying to take the mana and the kaha from the people that you have occupied their lands through that occupation. Well, I'll tell you what, you know, there is a renaissance, and it's been growing throughout the decades. And this example comes from Bikini Atoll. The military bombed that place, and today there's still radioactivity. Satawal is 1,200 miles from Bikini Atoll. And all those islands, all the women gave birth to what they call jellyfish babies. No heads, no limbs. All because of the military. But you know what? There was a miracle happening also. A man by the name of Mau Paiuleg, Mau, great Polynesian navigator. All right? They nearly killed our great heritage for navigation. You Howleys, Pākehās. Okay? That has stopped He has put a stop to all the lies of your false narratives that Polynesians came or don't have anything, they just existed there on these islands. No. Polynesian navigation is alive and well today, and it connects us through Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. So, all of your lies, your denigration, destruction, you need to stop it, because you cannot stop what's happening. You cannot. And that is, the people want their lands back. They want their culture they've already got, but their lands, they need their lands too. And they don't want their lands going to the state of Hawaii, which is just another hydra head like you guys.
Thank you.
Of
I
the
need
government.
You to wrap it up, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mahalo.
much. Number 271.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
My name is Jordan Kapona Nakamura, and my family has lived here in the illegally occupied Kingdom of Hawaii for 4 generations, beginning shortly after King Kalakaua sought Japanese labor towards the end of the 1880s. And my responsibility as a guest on this sacred aina is to fight alongside my extended indigenous ohana and the rest of the lahui for Hawaiian sovereignty, the health and sovereignty of the land, and to listen to the needs of the people and the land which sustains all of us. As Kumuhanani K. Trask says, the US military has become the #1 colonizing, polluting entity on this planet. You are manipulating and depriving the people of these lands. You have an appetite that cannot be satisfied. You have a hunger for domination without end, and it has been made clear that even the whole of the earth cannot satisfy the mindless, unchecked desires of a desperate empire that has only learned to take without asking. You have demonstrated a disdain for accountability. When the Department of Health was requiring urgent testing and remediation for flagrant issues at Kapukaki, aka Red Hill, the military's response was to sue the department. You have not only poisoned the waters that Kama'aina need and respect, and which is the lifeblood of all life on this planet, but you are willing to poison and lie to your own families. To speak directly about Pu'uloa, you insist that your genocidal, ecocidal war machine installed on these lands is meant to protect us. In reality, the only reason this place ever got roped into the United States wars was due to the illegal occupation, turning this island into an unwilling target of war. Members of my own family and my grandmother's generation who just immigrated to the islands were killed from US artillery at the onset of these attacks, brought on by the US commandeering the Pacific into its endless conflicts. You have turned Pu'uloa, once a breadbasket under indigenous stewardship, into a polluted graveyard. You have no right to impose your death wish and your imperial death cult upon the people of Oʻahu, Hawaii, Pacifica, or the rest of the planet. You have no rationale to retain the lands to continue your legacy of desecration. Your excuse for re-stealing Makua was that the air above the valley is good for flying aircrafts. You trying to own the air itself? Go find some other air to try to own. The only option is to let the lahui malama this aina. Since you have demonstrated an inability to do so, from Kaho'olave to Kapukaki to Makua, where you are testing white phosphorus damaging our lands and people in order to drop on other people's lands and people, which you are also illegally using, killing and stealing in Palestine and numerous other places where a base has been installed without permission. We are not deluded. There is no treaty. Your laws mean nothing here. Your word means nothing here. None of your lies and false promises eclipse our desire to thrive and take care of each other and this irreplaceable aina. Time is up. Go home. A'ole Rimpak. Return Makua and all crown lands. Free Palestine, free Kanaki, free Hawaii. Land back to indigenous peoples worldwide for the sake of all our lives. Kukia'i Hawaii.
Mahalo. 272. 272. Should be followed by 273.
Mahalo. For the record, my name is Taylor Ka'omoana, and this goes directly to your higher up, so please take the notes for input, and also to the legislators for Hawaii, all the way to Josh Green. I am in strong opposition to EIS in all forms, proposing mitigation to protect the environment and to amend the EIS draft to update the land study bureaus and to partner with them, LSB, to be done on all acres the Army and each military branch utilize in Hawaii. Insert testing per 1 to 2 miles on every acre, highly proposed, where each is specifically for public record. Natural resources, where the water is, and connecting lands and where native species reside. The environmental impact statements should strike out any environmentally referred sources that is over 5 years old or older. Add to the next draft current environmental studies and report specific damages that will take 15 plus years to heal, rehabilitate lands, or to at least Class D lands. Amend EIS draft to insert every location, acre, and land that is a total loss, which includes lead poisoning, radiation, nuclear, trash, etc. Amend, insert, require a newsletter from the DOE and all military branches that they will be funding, that we will have specific departments when the EIS fund the next drafts, resolutions, and hearings, and final hearings. May that all be sent to each resident of Honolulu County and each county on every island. And the rest of my time goes to her, sorry.
You can have your own hair, Lenny.
Thank
Okay.
you. Aloha. Helani Sonora Pale. I'm testifying tonight as a community member and not on behalf of an organization. This is the third night I've been in attendance. So far, over the 3 nights, we had over 200 testimonies. Our people have spoken. They've said no to the leases. They said yes to the Army cleanup. They said yes for the Army to leave. They also asked over these past nights to extend the comment period. So I just want to make sure I get these comments in. So I think our people have been very clear these past 3 nights that we don't want any lease renewals. We want the Army out, and they got to clean up their mess. Extend the comment period. Number 2, what I've also heard these last 3 nights, to please include the historical injustices that the military took part in that led to the theft of 2 million acres and the overthrow of our nation. Number 3, you were asked to draft the DEIS, the draft EIS, into a human-friendly format. No one can read 2,000 plus pages. Also, what was said these past nights, you were asked to disclose all abuses that was done to our sacred aina, water, cultural sites, native plants, animals, and fish. That needs to be disclosed in full. In your draft EIS, there are contradictions. You state in your draft EIS that you need Poamoho for training, but then you also state in your draft EIS that you're not currently using it for training. For Kahuku, you list 9 endangered plants, 8 protected birds, 1 of which is endangered, 2 endangered damselflies, 2 protected invertebrates, but you only document 1 sighting. So what happened to all of these animals and plants and organisms, our relatives? What happened to them? Almost done. And then much of the land in question in Makua is conservation. So it is illegal for the military to use conservation land for military training. But in your EIS, you say you need these lands for military training. So there's all these contradictions, and having worked with the military and gone back and forth as a member of the CRI, I'm not speaking on behalf of the CRI, I understand how the military works. 2,000 pages could have been condensed down to 10 pages. And all of us here could have been better informed about what's in there, which is not easily digestible, and it's also confusing because a lot of it is about overwhelming our lahui. Okay, and then also, lastly, I want to mahalo Ho'opai Peace Project, Pono Peace Project for the mea'ai, for the sign waving. I want to mahalo Lahui Foundation for providing drinks to our lahui all these nights. I want to mahalo Kalahui Hawaiʻi, Mutual Aid Kalahui, for providing food and drinks and making sure our lahui was taken care of. Because when it comes down to it, we are going to take care of us. Did they bring food for us? Aole. Trisha did today, but thank you. And also, I want to thank Oren over there, the cameraman. He's been filming for free all these events and putting it on live stream so that our lahui can watch and be a part of this. So mahalo to all these groups for coming and showing up, and mahalo to our lahui. Hopefully you've heard us, and those are my comments for the draft EIS, and I'll put it in writing. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Thanks. Healani, did you have a number or no? Healani. Did you have a number or no number?
Time, sorry.
Okay.
I had to give up my time and leave
Okay.
earlier.
I just want to make sure I figure out where we are. 273. So we're on 273. Anyone? 273? Okay. 274? No more? 274? No more? 275? Sorry, you said, oh, you're 274? 275, okay.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
My name is Andre Lai Kauikiauli Perez. I'm born and raised on Oʻahu. I live in Wahiawā, Makai, like my father Andre Sr. and my stepmother Camille. I'm a father, community organizer, and activist, a protector of the land and sea like many of the people you see here today. I am here this evening in strong opposition of the proposal for military lease renewals for Kahuku Training Area, Kawailoa-Poamoho Training Area, and Makua Valley. How can you, the U.S. military, propose another 65-year lease when you have left a trail of destruction and desecration across our island chain? How can we trust the American military, an entity that was one of the most prolific occupiers and polluters of indigenous land globally? Like many of us here, I have children, and a few of my main concerns are: what are you going to leave for them? In what condition will our land be returned to us? What lasting impacts will your use of these Hawaiian lands have on the cultural spaces and practices of the generations to come? We don't trust the American military, and the reasons why are in the evidence that exists all around us in places like Makua Valley, Pakuloa, Kaho'olave, Pu'uloa. These are prime examples of the level of care that is given to our land, sacred land, which have been so heavily impacted by military operations. What are we as Kanaka, people of this land, to think? These impacted sites that have yet to be cleaned up or restored to the original state as promised are scars, reminders, if you will, of why we do not and cannot trust the American military with the responsible use of our land. The U.S. Army has yet to be in compliance with its previous lease conditions from its inception. Why would we believe that they would be in compliance moving forward? The military's destruction of our land and our cultural sites, the military's poisoning of our sacred fresh water, the military's pollution of our ocean and bays needs to stop immediately. Ultimately, the decision on the matter falls with the BLNR, and so I urge the Board of Land and Natural Resources to listen to the people and uphold your duty as trustees of Hawaiian land to not allow the renewal of the leases for the U.S. Army. We, the Hawaiian people, Kanaka Maoli, Kanaka Uiwi, are the ancestral stewards of this land. You can try to bargain with us back and forth, but ultimately what we want is our land back. And so I say, a'ole to your new lease proposal. We do not consent. And one last thing. Free Palestine, free Gaza, free the Kingdom of Hawaii, free all oppressed, occupied subjects of America, its allies, and its military-industrial complex. Mahalo nui loa.
Mahalo nui. Thank you very much. 276.
Thank you for your patience.
My name is Pua. I'm a Gora. I come together with my kupunas who recently passed 95 years old. I come with my brothers and my sisters who could not be here today except for my brother who talked about the Great Mahele as well as the treaties that he has. I come together with my 64 nephews and my nieces, my 49 grandnephews and my nieces. I have 5 grandchildren. I know falling on deaf ears because you folks must be strong to have sat here listening to all of us opposing any renewal of any leases in the state of Hawaii. Writing notes, somewhat pretending that you care, and maybe might do something about it, but more than likely might not do something about it. This fake Hawaii government, and I wrote this down because I want to stay in the 2-minute guidelines, and I just did it now, not too long ago. That's why I'm one of the last. This fake Hawaii government who is not the true landowners, and the fake government apprised with more non-native, non-Hawaiians who are in treason with the Hawaiian Kanaka Maoles and the Kingdom of Hawaii. You talk about transparency earlier. Please, what is transparent is many Hawaiians have less than your beginning infantry military soldiers who just signed and enlisted. Do you know some lands that were leased were returned to the fake state? Then they, with hidden agendas, sold and are still being illegally sold, selling our Hawaiian lands. That's transparent. Our lands, the Hawaiian lands, you rent for $1 or made deals under the table, who knows, don't legally belong to them or to you. It belongs to the heirs of Kamehameha III and all of its Hawaiian people. I used to live in Waimea on Hawaiian homestead until my mom got sick and I was a caretaker, which many of our neighbors had to stop building and were forced to stop agricultural projects, stop their farming because why? We had live ammunitions that were bought there because you folks had practices there in years before. That's not transparent. And then it becomes listed as barren lands. Where are the lands for the Hawaiians to build farms, procure, flourish, and thrive? It's not only the Army, it's the Navy, it's the armed forces, it's the Air Force who is in constant desecration of the Hawaiian people. Before we had no flying zones, now it's all open. Now the truth, you have weapons and the power to do what you want, and when you invaded our lands illegally, raped and robbed, and are still doing that in our lands, it's all in our history books. And yes, you are still actively doing that. My mom said, we are Vaivai Nui, caretakers of our lands, only as rich as the water that flows. And look what happened to the water. Was that transparent? This is sad and needs to stop. Today is 7/11, July 11. Hawaii is not a fast stop store of lands. Every day in Hawaii, it's 9/11. It's like a memorial for all Hawaiians daily. Just return the lands and no to any leases here forevermore.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui. 277.
Aloha mai kako, everybody. My name is Ruth Bolame, and I'm here to speak about the negative and the false propaganda that the U.S. military and the U.S. federal government keeps feeding us. And a lot of us have bought into it, because when we say that the Crown lands are the state lands, state-owned lands, I know that we've been fooled on levels. So what I want to do is take my time to read a memorandum that Alfred Desaias wrote to the United Nations, Secretary Antonio Gutierrez, and the member states of the United Nations. He started out by reminding the United Nations states that the lawful political status of the Hawaiian Islands is that of a sovereign nation state in continuity, but a nation state that is under a strange form of occupation by the United States, resulting from an illegal military occupation and a fraudulent annexation. As such, the international laws, the Hague and Geneva Conventions, require that governance and legal matters within the occupied territory of the Hawaiian Islands be administered by the application of law of the occupied state, in this case, the Hawaiian Kingdom laws, not the domestic laws of the occupier, the United States. On December 12, 1959, the United Nations passed a General Assembly resolution called 1469. It was based on the boundary descriptions that was provided by the U.S. and U.S. Public Law 86-3 that excluded all of the Hawaiian Islands. So none of the Hawaiian Islands are included in this. So in there, following that, using that, it gave the United States carte blanche to fool the world into believing that this was their territory. And through it, there's numerous human rights violations that stem from the wrongful occupation of the Hawaiian Islands. Amongst the most egregious of abuses being aided and abetted by the UN GA Resolution 1469 is the wrongful seizure of private lands from heirs and descendants who hold original allodial titles, that's absolute titles in perpetuity, issued by the sovereign King Kamehameha III under the laws of the Hawaiian Kingdom. The private lands in an occupied territory are protected in the Fourth Geneva Convention under Article 42 of the 1907 and the 1907 Hague Regulation that states, a territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of a hostile army. The occupation extends only to the territory which such authority has been established and can be exercised. According to the Common, Article 2 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, 1949, applies to any territory occupied during the international hostilities. They also apply in situations where the occupation of state territories meet with no armed resistance. While the entry into force of the Hague and Geneva Conventions are subsequent to the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom by the United States in 1893, the hostile actions perpetrated by the occupiers since 1893 entail continuing violations of fundamental rules of international law and human rights. Every occupation of territory is subject to the UN Charter and is regulated by international law. Once a situation exists which factually amounts to an occupation, the laws of occupation should be applied. Whether or not the occupation is considered lawful, whatever its aim or its... Excuse me, please.
We have it in writing. Yeah. We have a number of people who still have to go, though, so please summarize.
I'm nearly to the end. Whatever the aim is, or whether it's called an invasion, liberation, administration, or occupation, as the laws of occupation is primarily motivated by human rights and humanitarian considerations, it is solely the facts on the ground that determines its application. The duties of the occupying power are spelled out in the 1907 Hague Regulations and the Fourth Geneva Convention, as well as certain provisions of additional Protocol 1 and customary international humanitarian laws. The occupying power and the local authorities cannot deprive the population of the occupied territory of the protection afforded by international humanitarian law. Under those laws, the qualified people of Hawaii are international protected persons, and under no circumstances can protected persons be deprived of their rights or coerced into renouncing their rights. The main rules applicable is that the occupying power does not acquire sovereignty over the territory. The occupying power must respect the laws in force in the occupied territory unless they constitute a threat. 3, reprisal against protected persons or their properties are prohibited, and 4, the confiscation of private properties by the occupier is prohibited. A central provision of the convention is the principle of auditare auditieri. That party to the treaties must prosecute a person who commits an offense against an international protected person, and 2, send that person to another state that requests his or her extradition for a prosecution of the same crime. All members of the state of Hawaii, judiciary, executive offices, and the U.S. military personnel are required to take an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Paragraph 2, which establishes the federal laws made pursuant to it, and treaties such as the Geneva and Hague Conventions, duly ratified, constitutes the supreme law of the land. And this is also the tenure of U.S. Supreme Court judgment in the Pake Habana case. Therefore, we are asking you to follow your laws, follow your treaties that the U.S. has been a signatory to. We are not asking you to do anything but what you've already agreed to do. And as the U.S. military, it is your job to implement and make sure everything is upheld. And if you don't uphold it, then you, in your personal capacities, can be held accountable. So I'm here to give the diplomatic protest for the heirs of Kamehameha III. We do not consent. The state of Hawaii does not have authority. We have not given them authority or appointed them our representatives. They are not our land commissioners. And under the 1864 law, Chapter 34, Section 3, it has made all of the Crown lands inalienable. That means it couldn't be sold, and it could only be leased for a maximum of 30 years. Now, anything that happened in 1898 with the so-called Joint Resolution Annexation in 1900 and in 1959, there could not be any transference of land lawfully, and that is also upheld in the case with Summa Corp against the California Land Commission, where the Supreme Court ruled that unless the government was part of the original treaty, or not treaty, the original title at the time that the titles were given out, they have no say, and they cannot put any, attach any authority. So currently, I'm putting you on notice that you are trespassing upon the Crown lands of Kamehameha III. They're the private lands, and all the people here also represent the kingdom lands. So you're also trespassing upon that. So thank you very much. And thank you for giving me the
278. Yeah. He wants to know if somebody from Wahiawā's here who wanted to trade to be able to go, because he's already gone. Thank you. Thank you.
Aloha, aloha mai kako, o iwane, noho wau, ma kukani loko, i Wahiawā, mi ku mau keiki. I'm here on behalf of my kids. I wanted to share my perspective. I oppose completely all lease renewals. I wanted to highlight, too, who's getting paid to be here, right? I look at that every time I come to these things because I think that's really telling, right? Like, look at all these people here and how late it's getting. Like me, my kids are at home right now waiting for me. It's crazy, too, to have a time limit. When you're doing that with people, nobody likes it. So you should just let it go because we're all supporting each other here. It's like fast food, right? Fast food's not good for you. Fast information is even worse for you. So let it come out, all right? Some of these people have been doing this like this tonight their entire lives. And look at our kupuna here. Look how old they are. They've been doing this their whole lives, so listen. All right, I grew up in California. I'm from America. I'm a guest here. So being a good guest is something I want the military to pay attention to because I was also a service member. I did 8 years in the U.S. Army. I was stationed here at Schofield. I was a combat medic. I went to Iraq for a year and fought hard. I went to Afghanistan for a year and fought very hard. I got blown up several times. And I was there for what I was being told to. I was deployed to fight for liberation for people. All right? But listen to everybody here, what they're saying. They're not free. So it's very confusing, this paradigm. All right? And, I see deployment patches, ma'am, sir. And so, I know you guys were deployed and you understand this insurgency that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan fighting against. These people were embedded fighting for their lives, for their home. You'll never win. You can never win that. It's something you have to understand, lessons learned from all these different things that we keep trying to teach each other as we go through this, all right? So, my kids, they're Kanaka Maoli. They belong to this place. I'm a guest here. This is my job now. This is my kuleana. So now I'm a soldier here doing this, doing what I was trained to do, but in the right way. So I just wanted to leave you guys with this to understand that this isn't going to go away, and I know you're doing your jobs, and I know you too, sir, Colonel McGonigal, and I appreciate you. You've done a lot of stuff in our community, and I know the notes you're taking that you're going to bring back, and you're going to share that with your superiors, and just wanted to thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. 279.
Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha.
Ano ai. My name is Hanaloa Helela, and I am an aloha aina. Just like the majority of the people in this room, yeah, we are not only representing our own kupuna, we are bringing our kupuna together. Yeah, we are unifying. We are in solidarity. I think it's really clear that the vast majority of the testimonies on these 3 nights have been no to lease renewals. And I further that. And you heard me 2 nights ago, so I'm going to say it again. A'ole to any lease renewal. Yeah, the time is up. Long time we've been doing this, from even before 1893, yeah? And as many folks have already pointed out, you don't have legal standing, no matter how much you try to dress it up in codes and statutes and regulations. We know the truth, because we also read the U.S. Constitution. And folks have mentioned that, yeah? The Newlands Resolution isn't a treaty of annexation. It can't be. It was a simple majority, a joint resolution. I wonder what kind of joint that was, because it wasn't the real deal. You did not get 2/3 majority vote of the Senate, yeah, which is required by your Constitution. America is seen throughout the world as the upholder of democracy. Well, at least it used to be. The champion of democracy, yeah. But it was the Hawaiian people who exercised democracy in a way that hasn't been seen since. the vast majority, 38,000 people out of 40,000 signed petitions, 2 petitions, Hui Kalai Aina and Hui Aloha Aina, protesting the annexation to the United States in any form. Yeah, that is the truth. That's the fact of the matter. We learned about your process and we said, okay. And our kupuna said, we can do that. And they went by va'a, they went by horse, they went by steamship, and they went by their vavais. They walked all over the island chain, yeah, and gathered these signatures for us today. For us today. And the Ku'e petitions, that is their legacy to us. All of us have our ancestors in there, and now they're here. Ancestors are in the house with us, standing proud, helping us to remember. Yeah. That's why we're here. This thing we're doing here, as so many have pointed out, this process is not real. This is gaslighting. This is not reality. So I think many of us have already demonstrated that it's more important. I mean, I guess it's important to make the record for the testimony, but I think what's more important is talking to each other. Yeah, is unifying together under this banner of Aloha Aina. Yeah, that's the heart of our culture, Aloha Aina. So your proposed uses do not align with our most fundamental truth, which is Aloha Aina. Yeah, and aloha is only demonstrated through malama. Takes that action. Yeah, the words aren't enough. Yeah, malama is the action of aloha. So you can say you aloha aina, but if you don't malama aina, there's a disconnect. It's not real. Yeah, and all of us here, we know that. That's why we're standing up. That's why we're here this late. Yeah, that's why people have been doing this, as brother just mentioned before, their whole life. It's not because they want to do this. I'd rather be at home with my kids and my family. Yeah. But this is our duty. This is our kuleana. This is our sacred kuleana. Yeah. And that's why we're here. And our kuleana is not just responsibility, it's also privilege. So I want to repeat that I'm honored to be amongst other aloha ainas. I am honored to carry my kupunas here to be with your kupunas. Yeah, because that's what it's about. Yeah, hui aloha aina. Yeah. So I know it's getting late, and you know, there's still how many more testimonies?
We have a bunch more, so yeah.
A bunch, okay. So I will wrap it up. But again, I'm going to repeat what I offered on was that Tuesday, and several folks have spoke to it. This process, even, you know, if you could just insert something real into it, the least you can do is to make more time. Yeah, to make more time. Yeah. And my son was at Kahuku last night, and he mentioned that a kupuna brought up just the fact that we're having to testify to you. It kind of says that's the truth of it. That is not right. Something's wrong here. Yeah, we're the descendants of this land. Yeah, it's beyond ownership. The land owns us. Yeah, our DNA comes from this aina. Yeah, this is our land. We're a part of this land. You can't separate the Kanaka from the aina. And you can't separate the Kanaka from his culture, yeah? If the Kanaka doesn't have his aina, have her aina, they can't practice their culture, yeah? Our culture is all about the land. No more land, no more Kanaka. So this is an opportunity for you guys to do the right thing, yeah? But we know that this scoping meeting here, this review process for the DEIS is not going to change anything, yeah? We know what it's going to take because we've seen Kaolave, yeah? We know what it takes. It takes us to come out in mass. It takes us to put our bodies on the front line. Our kupunas, just like at the Mauna, our kupunas led that struggle. You know how many kupunas had like all kind of medical issues? And they were up there at 6,600 feet, willing to risk their lives to stand on that front line. And that's what you're dealing with. We will go to the top of the mountains. We will go to the ocean. We will go wherever we have to go. And like Brother said before, this is unwinnable. Yeah, unless you wipe us out completely, which I guess is the plan in Palestine, unless you wipe us out completely, we're not going to give up. To the last aloha aina.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui.
So I want to leave you with this, this short oli from a very special man. Kumujan late shared this oli with me. I was lucky to know him and to spend some time with him. Too short of a time. Eia Hawaii nui akea. Hawaii nui. Hawaii iki. Hawaii loa. Hawaii poko. Hawaii luna. Hawaii lalo. I loko o ka moana o Kanaloa. Ue kalani. Lau e kahunua. Ne e kahunua. O la I kahunua. Ho ola kahunua. Ku o Kawailoa o ke kupuna. Ku pa ake kanaka maoli. Ti he maoli ora. Ti he maoli ora. Ti he maoli ora. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Okay, Marty, I think you're next. You switched with someone. So Marty at 280. Real quick also, is Velma still here? Velma? That's you? Okay, so Velma did ask first to speak last. So we've had a number of people ask to go last, but she asked first. So Velma, you're going to be last when we get there. Okay.
Aloha. I'm Marty Townsend. Apologies for my back. And I am a haole settler in the occupied kingdom of Hawaii, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to stand next to all of you in opposition to the U.S. military occupation. First I just want to thank you all because these 3 days have really renewed my determination to stand up against this occupation. As many of you know, I've spent a lot of time in these kind of meetings, and I tried really, really hard to convince the Navy to shut down the Red Hill fuel tanks before they poisoned people. If only they had listened, you know? They didn't, and 93,000 people were poisoned, and Oahu's aquifer is, for the foreseeable future, unusable. Away, and it breaks my heart, and I'm very sorry. So anyway, I thought this was completely useless, but I came anyway because I needed to bear witness, and I'm so glad that I did, and I'm very, very grateful for all of you for renewing that determination. We are the ones, as people have said before, we are the ones that are going to take care of us. And I just want to plant this seed in your mind, similar to what Honolulu said. Like, it's going to take us standing up, but we know what it takes, right? Kaho'olawe was no small feat, right? So we know what it takes. And so this is going to be a year-long, several years-long process, and I want everyone to think about what they are willing to do to stand up to the U.S. military. You've gotten a very, very strong message, Steve, Rachel. Thank you very much for sitting through Stoneface the entire time. Very impressed. I hope I hope you take a page or learn a lesson from the very painful lesson that the Navy learned, and please listen. If you only listen to us now, we aren't going away. You heard generations of people, right? Whole families, elders, Makua, Keiki, testifying, telling you they are not going away. The best thing you can do is to let go of Hawaii, clean up, and get out. That is the best thing that you can do. And whatever we can do to help you do that is where we are right now, right? The level of negotiations that we are on right now is what can we do to help you pack up and go? All right? We will help you. And I just want to like end on the note to make sure that everybody knows that like we were the ones that took care of each other when the Navy poisoned our water, right? And we are still the ones who are taking care of our own people, right? We took care of each other after the wildfires. We took care of each other after the storms, during the pandemic. Like, we don't need them, you know? They have done more to harm us, our health, our economy, our environment, everything. You know, what kind of economy are we going to have in Hawaii? To all of the people out there who are watching who are like, oh, well, the military has a role to play. You know, think of all the technology we could win from them. There is nothing they could give us that would justify the harm that they have caused. Don't fall for it. All the people watching on TV, don't fall for it. There is no grounds that justify the U.S. military being here. Let them go. We are stronger when we rely on ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 281. I think it's Barbara, I think is the name. 281? No? Okay. 282, Stephen, that's you.
There's a lot less people here than. How many people are here in opposition to these leases? That's, yeah. I remember this the other night. There's a lot more people. I'm going to read this real quick. Aloha mai kako uvau o Stephen Thomas. I'm the grandson of Franklin William Thomas Sr., a former U.S. Army soldier, and Emily Ka'ai, a direct descendant of King Leilehua, through the lines of Paka'alana and Keawe, and the progenitors of both royal houses of Kamehameha and Kalakaua. Make no mistake, I view America as a thief and a bully, which has had a parasitic impact on my ancestral homeland, infecting Hawaii with its attitude of entitlement and disrupting the natural order of the environment, when we, in contrast, view our very purpose as one to promote its health and ability to provide us with sustenance. I won't go into the environmental impacts that's been said enough here. But these types of impacts, negative impacts on what Western society calls the environment, we as Kanaka Maoli refer to as the killing of our mother. All in the name of mission readiness. What is the mission? Kill the planet? What are you going to protect after that? Another thing that amazes me is that on a continent with nearly 3 million square miles of land area, the Army cannot find enough space there to adequately maintain mission readiness. Oh, I'm sorry, all that land was stolen too. And since that's the case, let's be done with the portrayal of America as the good guys and wear the cap of raping murderous thieves proudly, just as proudly. Personally, I would rather you all just pack up your shit and get the fuck out of my house.
Mahalo. Thank you, Stephen. 283. Brian. Oh, okay, Barbara. You were 281? Yep, okay.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. My name is Barbara Altimus. I'm a resident here in illegally occupied Hawaii for almost 40 years, and I raised my daughter here on the island of Oʻahu. I'm forever grateful to my Kanaka brothers and sisters for the love, support, and welcoming they have given my daughter and myself, and a life we could never have imagined or dreamed of in this beautiful sacred Aina. And I'm forever grateful for this sacred, beautiful Aina that has nourished and cared for us in all ways. I'm here to stand with my brothers and my sisters, insisting that the U.S. military pack up and go home. Clean up your toxic mess and give reparations for the damage caused to the Kanaka Maoli so they may heal and build back their lives for themselves, their children, and future generations. As a family therapist and human being, I have and continue to witness immense pain caused by the U.S. military. You have come to a land of peace and aloha and brought your mindset of killing and destruction. The people in these islands have lived sustainably for thousands of years. And today, so many are houseless, hungry, lonely, and suffering. Before you came, people took care of one another, and there was a system that cared for the land and the people. I have some questions I have for you, and I hope you bring these questions back to your so-called superiors and to other military personnel. What gives the U.S. military the right to destroy what is sacred to the people of Hawaii? How do you justify stealing, desecrating, and destroying Aina and the lives of the people in these beautiful islands? As an institution and as individuals, what do you tell yourself to justify committing such crimes? How much of your humanity are you willing to give up for whatever selfish benefit you get in money, power, or whatever it is you believe makes it worthwhile, that causes much pain, so much pain and suffering for the people and all of our relations who live in the ocean and on the land and who fly in the air? You may justify what you are making, that you are making the world safe. It is insane that the U.S. military says it is making it safe for people of America, quote unquote, as it poisons the land with its war exercises and bombing with depleted uranium, white phosphorus, and countless other deadly chemicals and more. And the irony is the Kingdom of Hawaii was illegally overthrown violently by the U.S. government, and to this day illegally occupies this land that is called, quote unquote, America, as it kills and destroys it.
Ma'am, please
Your
wrap it up.
institution adds, I'm almost done, and is able to kill your own military personnel as well, poisoning the water and the land that they're living on. This is true not only in Hawaii, but all over the U.S. and the world. You try and force the identity of being American, quote unquote, on Kanaka, and at the same time do not recognize the humanity and the right to exist as a sovereign people in their homeland. Who are you keeping safe? How can a people be safe if they don't have a healthy place to live? My focus is on healing, and there can be no healing without justice. My focus is on recognizing truth, and the truth is that the U.S. military has violated laws, moral, ethical, and legal, national, international. My focus is also on being a good human being, and human beings, as human beings, we have the capacity to reflect, look within, be honest with ourselves and others, and to make things right that are wrong. We have the ability to have empathy and compassion. I've grown up with many cultures, and the focus on being a good human being is a quality that healthy cultures embrace and live. I'm passionate about helping to create a safe and healthy future for our children and future generations. And I understand that is only possible if we each are truthful with what it means to be a good human being, caring for ourselves and all of our relations. You have the opportunity to be a good human being, standing on the right side of history and taking what you are hearing from the people of Hawaii to your superiors and everyone you know, and fighting like hell to ensure that the Kanaka here in Hawaii are given the right to live as they choose on their sovereign land without the presence of the U.S. military. Stop the leases, stop the land leases, and the abuse of the land and the people of Hawaii. Enough is enough.
Mahalo. Mikey. Please try for the 2 minutes. You have a, oh, you're two more. You're 284. So Mikey's kind of out of order so that it's Ioane, if he's still here, and then you.
No, I traded places with Ioane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, hello again. I'm Mikey from Makiki. Colonel McGonagall, could you tell everybody what I asked you to bring yesterday? No, I'm asking you. Do you have the mic?
Can't, it's comments only, Mikey.
Okay, okay. Why does he even have a mic then? Okay, so last night I asked you why you didn't do the basic common courtesy of bringing Mea Ai when it's, 6 to now past 10, right? Every single one of these 3 days. And I asked you just on the way over, because it is on the way over, just bring some pizza from Costco. And, it's a small thing compared to all the other stuff that we're here for, but it's an indicator of how you approach the big things, yeah? You can't even come through on a Costco pizza. How are we supposed to trust you about these military leases and doing the right thing about it? It's basic kind stuff, yeah, that you just don't seem capable of because it's not part of your mission, right? You don't actually care about the well-being of any other people here. You just care about being mission ready and keeping your grip on all of these colonial holdings that are getting looser and looser by the day, right? And the decision that you all are going to make, we all know, as we've all said over these past 3 days, is largely predetermined. Best case scenario, you're gonna sprinkle some breadcrumbs on the table and tell everybody that you baked us a big birthday cake, and we see through all of those lies now. And you know that we see through all of these lies. And we've also seen America's true face. Because the mask has fallen. It slipped a whole lot with Red Hill in 2021, and the Red Hill leaks again in 2022. And it broke and fell to the floor with the genocide that is still going on in Palestine. We know what the actual project of the US military is. It is one of genocide and capital accumulation and holding on to power and land and that which feeds us that you do not deserve to have. And going back to food, right? You not feeding people. It really speaks to the entire history of the US military. You have paved over and bombed the Aina, the land, that which feeds us, yeah? And the only people who fed each other here was us. We fed each other. We kept each other safe. We take care of each other. We don't need you to do that, because clearly you're not even capable of doing that bare minimum thing, yeah? And you may be powerful. You may think you are powerful. God knows you are powerful. You could bomb us right now and say that, someone was hiding an RPG next to my tripod or whatever, right? But, you are a paper tiger. And I think more and more people are starting to realize that, and that there are already holes poked through that paper tiger. And when enough of us wake up and realize that, like we woke up and realized that at Mauna Kea and Kahuku and Makua, we're going to stand up. And you're going to see, we're all going to see, the world is going to see how easy it is to bring this giant to its fucking knees. Because, you know what? There's basically just one road in and out of Kahuku, and because of climate change, it's getting narrower every day. There's a major one-way street through Waikiki, the main flow of capital that y'all care so much about, right? Going into Pu'uloa, Pearl Harbor, basically one wide-ass road. Going to Makua and to the bullshit, golf ball satellites, Yeah. There's so little you can do when people rise up and cut off the already clogged and congested arteries of capital, and you're going to see just how much you have misjudged and underestimated the people. you're going to see how easy it is you're going to see how much you need to start making some major concessions, because we're going to cut off the arteries of capital in the same way that this hair tie is cutting off circulation to my finger. It's going to be so easy. And we're going to see you on the streets. And we're going to see you on the other side of empire. But until then, we'll keep it tight for the U.S. empire and hang loose for the people. Aloha.
Thank you. Thanks, Mikey. Lolani. 284. Please, 2 minutes. No, let me
Okay.
please try.
Okay, mahalo. Wait, before my 2 minutes starts, can I make a housekeeping announcement? Just a real
Absolutely.
fast one. Okay, mahalo. So there's some t-shirts over there that I printed. They're for free as long as you're going to wear them. I don't know what sizes I get, but just, just go see if you can find them, okay? And that goes for you folks too, I'd be happy to share them with you. So anyway, okay, that was my housekeeping announcement. Mahalo. For my testimony, I'd really like to just make a request. And I know I made one yesterday, and I want to emphasize that again, that the EIS clearly says that they do not consent. Yeah, they do not consent. So that is very important. The request that I want to make tonight is that I'd like to ask, I don't know what you're capable of. I don't know whether you can actually hear the nearly 100% of these testimonies that are saying, stop, do not pursue this, please withdraw. I don't know whether your humanity is capable of overcoming whatever it is in the job that every other person in your position has never been able to overcome. I don't know whether you're capable of that or not. But what I do think you are capable of is giving these people who have invested their time, their lives, just remember, for every one of these 2 minutes, there's 200 years of suffering, work, all kinds of things that go into those 2 minutes. And what I'd like to ask back for that is their mana'o back. And what I'd like, and Kehao, I'd like to ask you, because I know you're good at this, to make sure that every single mana'o is transcribed in words, put into PDF form with the name of the speaker clearly on it, made publicly available, with every single one, and then given back to the people, because this may or may not be the place where the change gets made, but those mana'o are capable of doing a lot more. So that is my request. And also, one more time, to be very clear, they do not consent. I want to see it loud and clear in that EIS, please, because that is the least that you can do out of all of this. And I want to ask everybody else one more time to just say, if you do not consent, say, we do not consent, okay? We do not consent. Okay, mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui, thank you very much. Okay, 285, Kapua.
Mahalo, babe. Aloha, o wau ka puakiri I koa no ka aina ho'opula ka awawau wainai mai au. Thank you folks for your patience, and at the same time, your patience is nothing compared to what we have endured. I always wonder why the people that are cleaning this are so far away, because if it was a Kanaka, we'd be sitting right here, and we would have saved a couple minutes probably and made it easier. But I'm so glad that Laulani just came, but I also wanted to reiterate that you folks state all 3 nights, the overwhelming testimony was opposition to the continued usage of our lands and presence of the military destroying our lands. Okay, we do not consent to that. We never did. We never, ever will. Never. The other thing is, again, what Laulani just said. Because when the DOI came 10 years ago, all of the testimonies seemed to get smashed down, and only those that came in the pala pala, which is what Americans do primarily, but Kanaka, he alo. We want to see your eyes. We want to see your face. We are live. You're alive. Let's talk that way. Yeah? So, like Lani had said, you folks have it recorded, transcribe it, and that way the 100, 200 people that came are validated. We took hours to come here. And yes, please do extend these conversations and open the door to more. You will have those few that recognize the value of the military, the federal government, because there is value. Unfortunately, the value that America has in our land is destructive to our lands, destructive to our being. So that is not pono. That is heva. There is value in America, primarily back in America, because this is not America. We recognize that this is a farce, but we will go through this process so that we'll play the game, because it's all about playing the game the right way, knowing the rules. But the snakes of America and of that capital, it's so slippery that the rules change. It always changes on us. But that's okay, we will always rise up until the very last. So my puina, Yankees, go home. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you very much. Manny, 286. Manny, are you still here? Did Manny leave? Manny, it's you. I see you, Manny. Manny, my friend, please try for 2 minutes. Please, 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 please.
Aloha, Colonel. Nice to see you again, ma'am. Ke hao.
Hello, Manny.
I would like to follow in continuation of what I said Wednesday night, having just come off a plane from Maui and gone straight to Waianae. Colonel, if the fire on Haleakala doesn't get stopped by noon tomorrow, send 2 Chinooks for the general. Send them to Maui. I'm asking you, okay? I heard brother, where's Andre? Andre, you here?
Andre's up there, I think.
One day I was asked to bring my Ford Toyota truck and park it next to a nuclear submarine. And I was asked to repair something in that submarine for 3 days. I don't think anybody has ever parked a truck next to a nuclear submarine. But Colonel, I won't tell you what I did, but I'll never forget. I know ke hao. I'll never forget that when a submarine had smashed into an underwater mount someplace in the Pacific, I was there monitoring. There are no secrets. And as I said, I'm the son of a U.S. Army veteran, and I'm very proud. But I also challenged you, sir, that I gotta do my part if you can give back Makua. And you don't have to wait until 2029. That was my challenge to you. Okay, how? I brought up about being welcomed into the home of John and Mary and Kelly at Kupiki Pikio at 4117 Black Point Road, yeah? And I brought in a helicopter to honor him as the trainer of the UDT, the Navy SEALs. And he said, as a young ensign during the bombing of Pearl Harbor, it was hard for him. He spent a whole week removing bodies out of Pearl Harbor and putting American and Japanese servicemen into the same coffin at Fort Shafter. And he said, Manny, when I die, I want you to tell this story of how I recovered war-shot torpedoes off Kaho'olawe. But Kehao, I heard the sister, I don't know if she brought up a copy of Auntie Marion's study.
Yes, she did.
My kai, that's the study she gave me, right? I told you that night. Kehao, print that study. Please, I will pay for the copy and give it to the Colonel. Okay, Colonel, just read it.
Yeah.
Promise? Okay, because you'll never be the same. And I talked about Vieques, because Kiao, the word expropriation is what they did in Makua. And when I went to Vieques, right? Because, you know, he said, Emmett, you cannot go. So I went. It's the same thing they did to them. It was called the expropriation of these people. And so, Colonel, I purposely didn't go to Kahuku because I'm not ma'a with that place, Kehao. The only time I ever been up there was by helicopter. And as we did the model clearance for Kaho'olawe in 1995, I was in the front seat with Uncle Tom Hopman. He and I, we celebrated our successful cleanup, and we wanted to go skydiving. So as we came across Makapu'u, he showed me where he had crashed and all the work he has done for the military secretly. And he says, Manny, I want you to look over the right side. Tell me what you see. And I saw all the training grounds, Kahuku. And so for any Hawaiian in here, don't forget, Kamehameha Schools owns lands up there. And if you guys remember, when Chief of Staff General Shinseki, a local boy, wanted to build his striker brigade, I know, okay, give me a chance. You guys remember? Did they ever bring the striker brigade, by the way? Ole. Build Drum Road, right, Kehao? Yeah. Okay. And that was a celebration for me. Now the left side, Kehao, is you do your part, Colonel, and I'm going to do my part. We talked about the governor. We talked about the land board. We talked about Auntie Dawn Chang. My only comments I made in the scoping, Kehao, none of them got answered, by the way. But that's okay. Okay? I'm not going to tell you the three things that I asked. But one of them was, Kavika, show me one American bombing range that they've ever cleaned up and given back. Just show me one. And if you show me one, I will be the greatest champion and apologist for the United States Army in Hawaii. But you know what? I was grateful, Kehao. I don't know if it's you or the Colonel. You could have shut this thing down at 8 o'clock, but you never. Thank God you never. Let the people speak. Yeah. Whether or not you extend them, I don't know. But I came face to face. You hear my voice. So when my voice goes out into the heavens and my kupuna looking down on me, all the guys that went protect me, I owe it to them. I owe it to them. As I said, I'm the only Person in my family didn't serve because I thought they would frag me someplace in the road and say that I committed suicide. But Kehau, I have great aloha for you. Thank you for convening this. Colonel, just read the report, okay? It will touch you. You'll never be the same. And I gave you those 2 names who to talk to. You want to give it back before 2029 as a give back. It's the right thing to do, okay? Okay? And finally, I get nervous when I come Leilehua. When I come into this town, I'm thinking of it. When I went to Vieques, my last thing here, I promise, 1 minute. When I went to Vieques, I love that admiral that came in the suit. Is the admiral still here? And Miss Lakidian, is she still here? Huh? Is she? Where is she?
No, they left. They left, Manny.
See, I'm the type, I like to hear everybody speak. I like to hear everybody. Okay? But when I went to Vieques, Kehau, I called up a general from Lockheed Martin, and I said, Lockheed Martin, tell me, when I go to Vieques, Puerto Rico, what should I do? What do you think they told me, sister? No, they said, Manny, be a very good listener for 3 days and don't say nothing. And while this was going on, 60 Minutes was doing something about the returning of the Panama firing ranges. And they did something about Kaho'olawe. So, sir, the last question is, our politicians no more guts. People like to brag recently in the news that we do humanitarian things throughout the world, defense, during humanitarian crisis, hurricanes, natural disasters, man-made. You know, Colonel, when I saw Lahaina, I was waiting for the amphibious ship to come offshore and just shuttle food and water like we do everywhere. I'm still disappointed. And I told Admiral Aquilino, if I was SINCPAC, if I was PACOM, now called Indo-PACOM, I would know exactly what the hell was going on in Lahaina. My own intelligence. That's what we deserved, okay, Colonel? And so, if any of you, the reason why we gotta give them back, sir, if you ever went to the courthouse at the federal building called Hale no Noe, yeah, for the radio, how many of you was there for the last briefing? I know you was there, Marty. I saw you. How many of you was in there?
Manny, please.
No, okay, I'm gonna tell you this. Okay. You know what's the sad part, sir? The American government attorneys said, that's all your fault. Pre-existing condition. And no worry, because the fuel has a half-life of 2 to 5 days, and within 2 to 4 days, it's going to be out of your body. And when I heard that, Colonel, Kehau, I'm like, if they do that to their own people, what you think they're going to do to me as a Hawaiian? And Kehau, I walked out of that courthouse, and I jumped on a plane, and I went to Kahului Community Center to protest the 767 telescopes going for the Air Force. So the question to G70 Kehau was, show me, give me the best Native Hawaiian scholar and do a cumulative impact for me as a Hawaiian. Haven't seen it yet, Kehau.
Thank you, Manny. Okay, Nani, you're next, but you wanted somebody to go? Okay. Is he taking yours, or you just want him to go before you? Okay. Please try 2 minutes, please. Okay, thank you.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha, please state your name. Sorry.
My name is Nathan Kamahele. I am Kanaka Maoli, and I am a direct descendant of Kamahele Nui. I came to Waianae and Kahuku to observe, and now I'm here at Leilehua. And I'm so proud of my lahui for coming out, standing up, making time, making sacrifices. I know you guys are all out here making sacrifices. Kalamai, I came late. I had to go to a CRB meeting in Kailua earlier this evening, which is another issue that we have because of our military. They brought the coconut rhinoceros beetle here, and it has the potential to wipe out all vegetation in Hawaii, starting with coconut palms, banana, ulu, tea leaf, and our kalo. And once they wipe that out, they will continue to wipe out vegetation till there's nothing left. We must wipe that out. We must take out all invasives in Hawaii, period. If they do not have aloha, they have to go, okay? I stand here humbly and respectfully here as a dad. I have two keiki, two kanaka maoli keiki, and as a dad, it is my responsibility to make sure that I provide for them and protect them to the death. This is our responsibility. Yes? And my question to you guys, do you guys have kids? Human to human, do you guys have kids? So we teach our kids right and wrong, right? We teach them at home right and wrong, and then we go out to do our jobs, which is wrong, right? So let's talk about this, right? Let's break it all down. You believe in God? Yes. The answer is yes. Do you believe in love? The answer is yes. And if you believe in those two, you must believe in truth. Because if you do not believe in truth, you're lying about the first two. The truth of the matter is, the U.S. military and the U.S. government are the terrorists here in Hawaii. They have always been. We need to hold these terrorists accountable. Not just the U.S. military, not just the fake state. Do, pineapple, that's another one. Hiko, these are all establishments. Established, exactly. Alexander Baldwin, Cash and Cook, these are all establishments established by terrorists and still in business today. We must hold them all accountable. To my lahui, I love you. I love you. Yes. My last name is Kamahele. I believe it is my kuleana to make sure that these lands are returned to our people. Our kupuna, your kupuna, are very proud of you. You have been awakened. You have been activated. Not all of us are up yet. There's many of us still sleeping. Yeah? And I have to remind all of us, with all the mana from our kupuna, this thing that we are being taught, thank you for your service. No, we don't thank the terrorists for what they're doing to us, what they've done to our ancestors. Another one is this thing we call kapualoa, right? I want to remind you, our kupuna are reminding you that kapualoa is not lay down and let them take everything. Let them rape your kids. Let them rape your women. Let them abuse you. Let them fuck up your resources. Kapualoa does not mean lay down and let them do that.
Can you please wrap it up?
Kapualoa means you defend aloha to the death. Strategically. So let's get together, let's hui this thing so we can flip this whole thing. Yeah? Our keiki and our mo'opuna will see independence. Eo!
Mahalo. Nani. And then maka noise after Nani, 288. Are you guys going together? Sorry, yeah, Nani's first, and then you guys can pick your order. You're going to go, Nani. Okay.
Sorry, Keha, for my hulikua ya.
No, you're fine.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
I too wanted to mahalo everybody first and foremost, for showing up, for engaging in this very important issue. So many freaking powerful testimony, and from a lot of people that we don't usually see out there. So mahalo, because it's a kako thing. We cannot do this without you guys. Our ohana. That's all of us. Yeah, we ohana. And we understand what that is because we understand aloha. I'm going to bring a little bit different kind of aloha today. But I wanted to remind you guys, like, I look at Ho'ailona, and you guys saw the clouds, you guys saw the sky, you guys felt the rain. That's our kupunas crying in happiness because we showed up. We showed up to protect what they love. And we ain't done. We're not done, Kako. We cannot be done because they're going to do whatever the freaking hell they like to take over everything that our kupunas loved, that our ancestors loved. And we know what's right. We know what's pono. And so Andre had mentioned earlier about organizing. We gotta organize, Kako. Right? Like seriously. You guys all look at the fluke of all of that bullshit in that book. All the wordplay. I stayed up late last night till like 4 o'clock in the morning, tweaking on the freaking EIS. I couldn't understand some of the words that they were saying. So I go look at the dictionary. But then I thought, oh, maybe the military get different terminology for, sorry, Kehau, please. Go ahead, Keolo mahalo. The military get different terminology, yeah. I'm not in the military, I don't know anything about that, but I know Alpha, Delta, Foxtrot, all of that, right? I know they gotta communicate that way. So I ended up going online and just checking, hey, what is the military terminology for this word? Austere, right? Kali. You cannot answer that question, yeah? Austere environment. Can you tell me that? Ole. Okay. So, when I look on the EIS, and I'm just saying this because we need to be more, like, understanding. We need to mopopo, yeah? We need to actually really delve into the words that they're playing with, right? Hold on. Austere, where did you go? Okay, so I can't find it anymore. It read something about the environment is steep, the hills are steep, rocky, all of that. Okay, so, and then I pull up the internet, and then I pull up U.S. Army website. There's a little article in there, and I'm just gonna read a little bit because, holy shit, this one like it freaking tripped my mind. We operate, and this is about how they prepare their military to train, right? We were decisively, okay, this is in regards to an engagement between Iraq and Afghanistan, yeah, and so, little snippet. We were decisively engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan, so the mentality was, unit would come here, fall into one set of pre-existing set of equipment, facilities, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is the important part. We operated this particular way. We're not going to fight the next war that way. We're going to fight the next war in an austere environment. What austerity means is you do an invasion of a country, whether it's land or sea. You establish a bridgehead or a beachhead, and you start pushing troops out. Yeah. All of that, again, is bullshit. They've taken over our lands, and they're trying to obliterate us. Aye. We cannot stand for this. Hold on. Aloha. Aloha. Hi. Mikey had shared something earlier today about you not bringing food. I shared something with you guys as well yesterday about bringing somebody higher than you because we never talked to you. We wanted to talk to them over there in the camera, watching us all night long. This is day 3 for a lot of us here in all of this bullshit conversation. Just one side. And so, in Hawaii, we kokua ke kahi ke kahi. Yeah, we help each other. So I'm going to show you a little bit of how we help. Because yesterday I told you, I'm going to do something for you, for help you. Here's your Q-tips. I hope that helps to clean your ears, to clear your ears so you hear us better. But I don't know that you did. And so I'm going to come a little bit closer so you can read my shirt. This is for them in the camera as well. No lease on stolen lands. U.S. military out of Hawaii. Sorry, last thing. I promise. So I shared with you guys, I'm an Olelo Hawaii teacher. I know my kuleana, unlike you. But I want to teach, right? And so I'm going to share this, and I want to first mahalo Kawila for always instilling kupuna ike, kupuna mana'o to all of us. And if you guys don't know who he is, go check him, go. Right? Instagram. Right? Kako, can you please read this for me with aloha? Ke olu olu. Just this part. Ready? It says, ho'opilimai. Ho'opilimai means to mimic. Hele pela. Kako pau. Hele pela. Hele pela. Okay? Ready? Okay? So let's say it 3 times first. Oya. Hele pela. Hele pela. Hele pela. Hele pela in Hawaiian means this. Can we tell them together what hele pela means? Makau kau kako. Oya. Hele pela means fuck you. Fuck you guys for all you guys did. All you guys still doing. You guys don't give a shit about anything. Hele pela. Hele pela. Hele pela. Because we said no.
Thank you. Makanoi, 288. Makanoi.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Makanoi. I have a question that I would like answered. During the cultural impact assessment, did you have any archaeologists or anthropologists on site? I'd like a response.
It's one way for these. Sorry, it's the rules.
Did you have anyone with archaeological background doing the cultural impact assessment?
Yes.
I would like to request for a new cultural impact assessment because the cultural impact assessment has many holes in it. No disrespect to whoever did that cultural impact assessment. but there were lack of interviews from those from the community that are actually able to speak about the community. You are missing mo'olelo, and above all else, considering you did not answer about the archaeologist and the anthropologist being on site during this cultural impact assessment, I would like that cultural impact assessment to be redone with more than 10 interviewees of kupuna who know the mo'olelo. I'd also like that cultural impact assessment to include all of the testimony given throughout all 3 nights. And I want that cultural impact assessment to be in Olelo Hawaiʻi and any other language that is needed to be able to comprehend what it means. And I also want all of this information sent back to the House of Representatives where it should not have been skipped. And I want it to be looked at, and I want it to be seen as if this is really able to go through with all this opposition. I can't stress enough that the cultural impact assessment is the most important piece of all of this process. We come here today to speak to you about environment, and our culture is in our environment. So to better understand the environment assessment, you need the cultural impact assessment, and you need one that is substantial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 289. Thank you to the Leilehua staff. I think we've run long. Thank you. Sorry. Kekai? Are you Kekai? Okay. Please try 2 minutes. And then Velma, you're up. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody.
Aloha again. My name is Kekai Pua. I'm with Polynesian Built Music and
Just know if you don't speak into the mic, it won't go into the recording. So if they want everybody transcribed,
your outfit, it's nice. But we are a military family. My mom is born and raised on Lanai. Then she went over, they moved when she was in elementary to Aliamanu, where they found ibi kupuna in their backyard, and that was blessed several times. And that's still like Aliamanu. These 2 books, this is 2 out of 3 books that are very important to Polynesians. This is the land, this is like the Mahele book with everyone's name. This is in the area of Ko'olauloa and Ko'olaupoka, which is this area from Kaneohe side until Waianae is actually under one title under Kauikeuli under Crown lands. And this is the boundaries, that's the maps. These are the heirs here, a lot of them that have spoken. I hope you've been listening. Because even like Uncle William Isla, who is my parents' cousin, when he was on DLNR and stuff, people were like, rah, rah, rah against him all the way through. But Kali Watson is worse than Isla ever will be. And like, if you talk to him on a personal level, like he's willing to work with you guys. At this point in technology, like I can go on my phone, I can make an outfit, I can make a whole world on the metaverse with weapons and everything. And my brother, my youngest brother is an Army vet. My biological father is an Air Force vet. Like if you're gonna be up there, you should pay attention to the people that are talking, especially if you're not a military like family too. And like it's very important. My mom went over from the plantation fields where she had nothing, where they had to go from, the Kapuikis had to go from, there's only like a few people after me too, and I'm just like reiterating what the Kukunen Kiai have said from the front lines, because a lot of them have been with us since Kahuku, since the turbines, so the 5G technology, that's so like, guns are obsolete, and I've been shot before when I was in my 20s with somebody that was on chemicals. So I'm just like, that is still what our soldiers are affected by, is the Roundup pesticides that are in the ground that they're still pulling up the lines from. And our soldiers, like they don't come back the same. Like if you have a soldier, then you should know that they need to be taken care of. Like my brother has PTSD, and he was in blast there from the IUDs. So that's important. The effects of gun violence and everything is very important. Like use your fist. I don't like speaking. I like filming, and I like to swear because I'm someone too. But if I don't like you, I won't be like aligned with you. But it's important for you to align with the people here, because that's the people that have title to this land that we're on, and that's the whole point of this. You know, like if you could be using drones or virtual technology instead of weapons that the kupuna, like Uncle Sparky and Uncle Vince Dodge, they're down the street. We grew up with them fighting for Makua. So for them to finally get it back, that's important to us. So all these lands have the same title. These are the heirs that you should talk to. They said their genealogy right there. You should say yours.
Okay, thank you. Velma, a woman of great patience, thank you very much. Okay, and Velma is our last speaker for tonight. Thank you so much for your patience.
I wanted to be last, so I stay. Not just joking, just joking. Nah, but for real, a lot of you guys said a lot that was on my mind. I want to tell everybody I appreciate all of you, even you guys. I know that you guys are not the head of all of this, but I appreciate your patience and allowing yourselves to be a sort of punching bag, but I apologize for that. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the food, whoever was looking out for us. I appreciate that. I want to say it's time to wake up. It is time to wake up. It is time to wake up. I've been sleeping, I'm waking up now, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm here now, and my goal is to be a part of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? For our people. This is to our people, this is for our people. It's our kuleana, you know. Thank you guys. Now, I hope you guys know that according to the board, that this is an info session, okay? So all the passion that I heard today, that was expressed today, I hope you guys keep that fire and do something with it. We gotta start coming together. I know life in this system of things has us busy. We're busy paying rent that's going forever high. We're busy trying to buy food. We're busy taking care of our kids, yeah? But we have to start doing something. We gotta start coming together as a people, okay? So hopefully we can exchange some information today, yeah? But we know this isn't going anywhere. This is a formality, we get it. We have to find the correct platform, yeah? We gotta find the correct platform. Besides that, I think I said enough. I wanted to call my brother, Kahuku. Sorry. Yeah. Come.
Are you going to close
Aloha
for
mai
us?
kako lahui Hawaii.
Are you closing for us?
I guess I am. Okay. One of the immortal words of our queen, Liliuokalani, she said, "The voices of the people, the voice of God." Yeah. In the battle of Kuamo'o Bay, when the forces of Liholiho was battling against Kekuaokalani because the Aikapu was broken, Kanaka was fighting Kanaka. Kekuaokalani was mortally injured, and his Manawahine High Chief, his Manono, was also mortally injured. But she has stated, "Malama ko aloha,
Malama ko aloha. To have love for one another. And in some way, shape, size, or form, we still get love for you guys too. Colonel Rachel, Colonel Steve, even you, Tita Kehau. However, wrong, crime has been committed every day. Yeah. So with that being said, we're going to close this out. I'm going to call up Kumahina for come pali us in Pule.